Hello, and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. My name is DJ. I'm the Dungeon Master. These are my players.
My name is Grant. I play Edward on the Paper Dungeon.
He has for the last 2 years.
Callback.
But we are super excited, as always, to be streaming tonight, to play tonight. As per usual, we do have a few announcements to get through before we get started playing, starting with our lovely returning Miss Lydia Korn.
Hi.
Welcome back. Glad you're here.
Thanks.
Do you have plugs for us?
I do. We have social media. You can check us out on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. We're technically on Facebook, but we don't talk about it. But we do talk about it, but we never use it. So check us out on other social media platforms to see more of the stuff we do.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Lydia. And Aaron has a couple of announcements for us.
Yeah, we have a website which we fixed in the cool little command that we have, www.thepaperdungeon.com. Thanks, Drew. And on that website, we have a merch store where you can buy merch with like our logo on it and stuff that we said and cool art. Speaking of art, we also have another person who has a store. She just said an announcement a little bit ago. It's Lydia Corinne. Where you can buy her art on shirts, shorter shirts, pillows. The shorter shirts are just crop tops. And it's great. And you can also commission your own kind of like custom art from her. I don't know if you still have a waiting list or if it's just like fresh firing. It's just fresh firing. Just get in there. Other than that, we also have a Discord. The Discord is bumping. If you're not in there, what is wrong with you? Recently, we had a wonderful and valued member of the crew. Let's not stream some early episodes of Between the Rows, like the first season. Thank you for that. Let's not. That was super cool of you to do. But yeah, we have a great community, and you should be in it. We're going to release a whole bunch of stuff on there. Sometimes we stream. It's a great time. Everyone says good morning. It's a great place.
Yes. Sweet. Thank you, Aaron. And last but not least, Grant has an announcement.
Hey chat, how's it going today? It's funny, last week we pre-recorded and I was literally sitting here and I was like, wait a second, we're live right now. So I pulled it up on Twitch. I usually do that beforehand. But if you're watching it later and not now live, come see us live sometime. If you're on YouTube or podcast, happy you're listening. But we love seeing people in chat while we're live. So Mondays, 7 p.m. CST will be live at the main campaign, or Thursdays at 1:30 CST. You can visit Aaron and his little stream, Table Scraps. It's like a talk show / variety hour. It's a good time. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
100%.
I have two things.
Hit that like button and subscribe.
I have two things.
Okay.
I didn't want to say them on mine because it would be like four things that happened. Two other things. One, 2 days from now, Wednesday,
Yes.
premiere of Between the Rows, Sins of the Father. Regular stream time 7 o'clock, right?
Regular stream time, 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yep. It is season 3 of the little spooky miniseries that I DM every year. You can catch up. It'll be great. I think Let's Not will be catching up maybe next week with season 2 of Between the Rows in our Discord. Super awesome. I think it's gonna be a good season. This is pre-recorded. It's an absolute blast. It's spooky. It's Halloween stuff, and all sorts of nonsense is gonna go down. References and all good stuff.
It goes from 0 to 100 real quick.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
like we've only recorded like the first few episodes so far, but it is shaping up to be personally my favorite season.
That's doing real well.
Go.
Like
That's
it's real
that's a
solid.
good. I mean, each season has been amazing. Like the first season was just like knocked our socks off. The second season was a really worthy successor, but this third season has a lot of potential to be the best one.
I'm doing
Also,
my best.
Shout out I Am Magic 101, a podcast listener in chat. We see you.
Woo!
I'm smiling so big.
We've actually had a couple of people from the podcast. It's really awesome. My second thing, recently I and some other people released a really cool thing on DM's Guild. It's pay what you want, and all the proceeds go towards Jasper's Game Day from now until October 31st. It's a super good cause. It is called the Mist Manuscripts on the DM's Guild. And it is a bunch of additional Ravenloft Dark Domains. And mine is actually based on the Shadowfell that we have in the main campaign that I've ran a little bit in. So if you want to check out some stuff that I've done and a bunch of other really cool creators have done, as I said, pay what you want, but it would be pretty cool to support a really good cause. It's been doing pretty well so far. So take a look over there. There's a link probably going to be in like the YouTube description whenever this comes out, if it comes out before October 31st. And it's in the Discord, and you can check out a whole bunch of other things. I don't know if we don't have a command for it in the chat right now, but check it out. It's a super cool thing that I did. I'm really proud of it. And I think it turned out really well. So
Nice. Perfect.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
you stole the announcement out of my mouth, which is great. And it was good to reminder about remind me of its name, the
Mist manuscripts.
manuscripts. Very exciting. Yes, we're very proud of Aaron. He is by far the better DM of the two of us, and is really
bah.
good about this type of stuff. So I'm
It's a
really
bunch of
proud that
baloney.
he's actually getting some stuff out there and making a difference. Plus, it's for a really good cause, which is really cool. I think that is all of our announcements, correct?
I believe so.
You're saying something, Grant? We can't hear you.
I just had to say that I have 7 things.
I'm gonna skip those. Drew, go ahead and roll the clip. Let's get into this episode.
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story, a tale of glory, fear, and fortune, as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right, we are back. So, in the last several episodes, our party has been making their way rather unsuccessfully to the city of Sigil, or at least attempting to, in an attempt to find their friend who has been missing, Cather Evan Thar. They discovered that they probably needed to go find him when Leshka realized that he hadn't seen him in several months, and he wasn't where he thought he was, being Cather's private island that he often spends a lot of private time. He was not there, and so that kind of alerted Leshka that he probably should be looking for him. And so they started getting in contact with different people and found out that Cather was in Sigil. Unfortunately, they were not able to get there directly and immediately as they thought they might be able to, because the city of Sigil was attacked and put into a lockdown. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out, no communication in, no communication out. Made it much more difficult. As that's been going on, they've kind of gone off on a few different little side notes to pass the time, and also just because they kind of been forced to. Some of those being they visited the Scholar's Guide, just as it was under attack by these 2 dragons. One is the Prince of Dragons, Varim Raisir, the son of Rykorum, the current king of the dragons, the replacement to Terracolamos. And then his friend and somewhat of a mentor to Varim Raisir and Duskfell, a much older green dragon. They raided the Scholar's Guide looking to defeat the guardian that guarded the library of the trial and get some information, which they were actually able to succeed with a little bit of help from the party, before grabbing the information that they were looking for and burning that specific library, destroying eons of knowledge. It was quite tragic, along with the fact that they actually destroyed several other portions of the library accidentally in the battle. But our party was able to recover a little bit of that knowledge and have a good time exploring that. They've also visited the 9 hells, specifically the 6th layer of hell, Malog, to visit the Duchess Glacia, as we discovered that Ebony Triplewitz had quite the steamy relationship with her and was able to rekindle some of that love, some of that passion, and also try and use that to get to Grotz, who has been a missing player from our campaign compared to the first chapter of the campaign. So yeah, they've been going back and forth. Recently, they in our last episode specifically, the three boys in the party, Renaya has quarantined herself as they discovered the next part of the rod, or a part of the rod. And so the same curse applies to this piece known as Lex. That being that the first person that she encounters, the first person that she touches, they are bound together. And the only way they are currently aware of how to remove that binding is by killing one or the other. And so to avoid the necessary choice of having to do that, Renaya quarantined herself, leaving the boys to their own will. And so that's when they visited Glacia and did all these things, blah, blah, blah. But in the last episode specifically, we found Abinthy Triplewitz, Edward Enfellows, and Leshka Rizier.
Leshka Nazir.
Nazir, excuse me. I oftentimes forget that Leshka even has a last name.
I mean, he doesn't. Let's be real.
I just kind of assumed that he didn't.
I know it's weird, but they found themselves in kind of an interesting situation. We opened the episode as Abinthy Triplewitz was reliving or living his current dream life, or something similar to it. Getting to reconnect with a young drow woman known as Talanasha, a dear companion to Abinthy, who we are currently unaware of her situation, her whereabouts. He also reconnected with an old friend, Yorwick, who was in charge of taking care of Talanasha, and they had a grand old time until Talanasha tried to kill him in his sleep. What are you gonna do about it? You know? We quickly discovered that this was not reality. This was one of several of these mind games that a place called the Vaults of Avarice will play on the different members of the party. And so once you realize that, you're able to escape and move on to the next level, at which point Triplewitz discovered Leshka living his dream life with his dear friend and partner Blix, as they cultivate his personal library, his vast swath of knowledge that he enjoys sharing, and also communicating and hanging out with many other scholars and poets and people of high esteem. Through killing everybody, Abinthy was able to smack Leshka out of the dream, having a grand old time, and they were able to move on to Edward's dream life. This is a life where he is retired from politics. All he has to do, he no longer has to worry about the care of his people, the safety of Oclaron. I kept thinking Alisar, and I was like, that's not the right place.
You got there. You got there.
Yes, of Oclaron, and the city of Athala and New Athala. But in this reality, he no longer had to worry about that, as the leadership was passed on. He was able to enjoy his relationship with Tiala, the horned elf that he had a little bit of a relationship with. Oh no, but she was a moon elf. Excuse me, not horned elf.
Moon elf, yeah.
And
we had a kid. I had a son.
Yes, a small little boy named Mel.
Mel.
Our beautiful boy. Thankfully, we didn't quite have to kill everybody to get Edward to snap out of it. Although that being said, Mel and Nefendil did die in this version of the dream.
It was traumatic.
It was always.
It was kind of funny though. Not that part. Just.
Oh yeah, I had a blast.
Always pump the baby. That's
That's a lesson of, if we teach you one thing in the paper dungeon, is if there's a kid, kick him.
Kick him. Don't actually do that. As a disclaimer,
this is not condoned by members of the paper dungeon.
Yes. But having gone through these traumatic events, they were rewarded by actually entering into the Vault of Avarice and them remembering why they were actually there. They discovered that there are hidden passageways into Sigil, ancient lost kind of back alley doors throughout the plains. And Glacia, being quite the mischievous little devil as she is, knows of most of them. Unfortunately, as a punishment from Asmodeus, her father, she's unable to access most of those at this point. She's very much bound to her level of hell and is unable to do quite a bit of the old espionage, mischievous type things that she kind of developed a reputation for. So unfortunately, she was not able to help the party get to Sigil in one of those back alley ways, but she did have an accomplice that she knew of, a good old friend who also knew of some of these ways. A man by the name of Atelier Crave, who happened to be the High Mage of Wisteria Vale. He commissioned the party to collect a couple of these pieces of Vestrusium as his price to send them to Sigil for a project that he's working on. He's working on building an extension to his workshop, which in the city of Wisteria Vale rests upon a massive floating rock that stays and floats above the city. And so the Vestrusium is needed to create sort of a governor type device for a large amount of audronite that is highly powered to be able to float this rock and be stable enough and controllable enough for the addition to be built upon it. That's the reason why he asked you guys to get this Vestrusium. The only place that he knew of this Vestrusium, or this amount of Vestrusium, would be in the Vaults of Avarice, which is the governing body over Wisteria Vale. He obviously could not go get those because that would be high treason, but he could, maybe get some wandering adventurers who kind of don't like avarice, because nobody really likes avarice, to go get it for him. And so that's what you guys.
And that's only low treason.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
only
no,
like,
no. He never told us or asked us to do it. He suggested that he would really, he could really use this stuff if only there was some way. And then he bought some that just happened to come by. How was he to know that it was actually owned by Avarice?
Exactly.
Okay.
And so with this knowledge now in hand, the party was able to actually enter into the Vaults of Avarice, which was this vast demi-plane with these 3 separate vaults containing different sizes and levels and powers of magic items. The only challenge was the paths to these 3 floating vaults were these shaky, uncontrollable floating stones. Kind of like if you guys have ever seen Journey to the Center of the
Earth.
That magnetized rock scene. But with some clever thinking, the party was able to teleport, or it was Dimension Door, I believe, to each of the vaults, plus get back, which was really good because there were these floating mines, these kind of, if you know what like an Orbeez is, kind of a massive Orbeez of water with another little Orbeez inside of it that covered up a piece of audronite, which, as we all know, audronite is extremely reactive to water. It's one of the reasons why it's so dangerous to mine, as water is extremely common and it's also extremely reactive to it. And so you guys kind of figured out that if you were to touch any one of these, cause them to explode, the whole place would blow up. It was not
like that scene in Finding Nemo.
Yes, kind of. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. So, long explanation aside, as I recap literally everything, you guys were able to get those pieces of Vestrusium. You were then, as a quick way of returning home, you used the banishment spell on yourselves with a bit of clever thinking. As you guys were in a demi-plane, the banishment spell sends you back to your home plane.
We were banished men.
Yes, exactly. That is the name of the next party. The Banished Men.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh dear.
And you guys now find yourselves at Gambit's Keep. Renaya, you hear them all come in as you've been kind of bored by yourself, not having a grand old time. But you've been figuring things out, working on yourself. You've been journaling a lot. You've been meditating a lot. Yes, Renaya.
I never got to find out the stuff I got from the library.
Yes.
She's just like, shoot.
Remind me,
Oh,
so you had
Got this.
that.
I got the small book recounting the final days of the trial, and then Pockets got
Yes.
the chest.
Yes, Pockets got the chest. Okay. Which would you like to go through first?
Whichever you have ready.
I have both ready.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
So which
Go
one do you want first?
Whichever one you want, my guy.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
That
So
was awesome.
the chest. We'll go with the chest because you'll be more disappointed with that one. You know, set you up low ball and then go with it. Within the chest, there's quite a few different documents and little chunks of rocks and minerals. This chest looks like it belongs to maybe a scholar or a historian or professor, so an academic type of person who was trying to not only document his experiments, mostly in geographic and geology, geographical recordings and geology. That's what I'm trying to say. And so you have a number of different rock samples, a number of different maps on there. You have a number of different kind of like academic studies of like what this mineral, how it reacted to these different acids and these different bases and all these different studies and stuff like that. It's a geology chest. There's some gems in there, not like actual gems like physical gems, but like gems of knowledge and stuff like that. Like some of the maps are really interesting. They're all well kept. They're all really well documented. But as of like immediately like mind-blowing knowledge, there's not a whole lot in there, but there's still lots of papers that you haven't actually gone through, and so there could be some good stuff in there as well. So that's with the chest of geology and rocks.
Real quick question, DJ. Of what time period are these maps?
The trial.
Okay.
That's good, right?
I mean, yeah, that's a very good thing. We might be able to cross-reference those with the small bit of map that we have.
Plus, now we know things about rocks.
It's true. And you know what, Grant? That rocks.
You know, and it might even roll a little bit.
Okay, don't go too far.
Rock on.
I got a rock.
It's
Not a boulder. It's a rock.
Best scene from
I'm a
SpongeBob.
goofy
Are you
goober. Rock.
The account.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm ready.
So that one's a lot more difficult to get through as it's written in very, very old Elvish, probably one of the original texts of Elvish, which you can decipher, but it's like us trying to read like hardcore old English. Like it takes a while, and you have to really focus on it. But you're able to get through a little bit of it. Starting at the beginning of the book, it starts about 3 months before the end of the trial. At this point, it's detailing a lot of different kind of big players within this time period. You have the family Artemis, the family Rain, and the family Thrain. These are three families that are mostly known as major followers of Lonantari, and they have each amassed a small army that is actually almost like a rebel force to the forces of darkness that are exceeded throughout the trial. It then goes through and it lists a few different warlords that are also out and about. I don't have any of those written down, so I'll get those to you in a second or after the episode. It goes through and it lists a few of the Archfey that are around and playing and players in this time. Some of which you're very familiar with. Zestari is mentioned. Lady Morimtar is mentioned. Travaron is mentioned. So a few of those, a lot of the really old Archfey were around back here because, as you guys know, before the gods, the Archfey were the caretakers of the material plane, as well as the Feywild. So yeah, what you've been able to get through right now is a lot of the major players of the trial and how they kind of interact with each other at the moment. But yeah, there's still a lot to get through and a lot to read. You still have a ton of this book. You got like the first like 10 pages and it's probably like 300 pages. So you still got a lot to read. That's just as much as you're able to get through at this moment.
Okay.
Nice.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, beautiful. I'm really glad you reminded me of that.
I want to hear more
But
about the
currently,
geology chest.
Trying to get through it. You've like reread the same paragraph like 6 times because it's just not making sense until you realize that half the words are proper nouns, not just regular nouns, and all of a sudden it like kind of clicks. when you hear kind of a pop in your ears as there's kind of a crash outside. The rest of you all find yourself in Gambit's keep, having banished yourself back here. It's a really odd sensation. It's not quite like teleportation. It's a lot more forceful and aggressive when you're banished. It's like a lot of the planar travel and teleportation spells. They kind of like care about your like bodily health. Banishment
Minus
does
the
not.
like burning skin and
Yeah, like you guys.
Gosh.
There's kind of a smell of acid. You feel like there's like almost like a lot of acids in your mouth and stuff like that. Like your mouth is like really tart and dry and really like full of tannins. Your stomach's upset. One of your toenails on each of you is missing. For some
Oh, what the heck?
knocked off. You don't really know why. You're like all fine, but you have all these like little minor injuries.
Oh, Leshka, you need to practice. That was terrible.
I think that's how it's supposed to work.
Really? I've never been
Yes.
banished.
This was actually pretty pleasant.
What?
Yeah.
Mark that up for one of the strangest and perhaps most disheartening days I've ever had.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is a very unorthodox way of using the spell of banishment. Usually you are banishing somebody you're fighting against or
someone you
a
don't
foe.
Oh, so it's supposed to be unpleasant.
It's
Yes.
yes.
Well, in that case, you nailed it.
Yes. Anyway, should we check on Renaya perhaps? Since we've been gone
Probably.
for
I
a
bet
couple
she's
days
worn
now.
out of her mind.
Maybe she's figured out the whole curse
Who
situation.
knows? Maybe we can just put it back in the. Maybe she already did. Maybe she just put it back in the hammer.
If
and
we
it's
could
all
just
gone.
put it back in the hammer and not worry about the curse, that would just be so
that would be-
easy and
it would
pleasant.
be
We're so help me.
Put that thing back.
We go to where Renai is, but maintain a safe distance.
I
We
will.
hold
I
hands.
will. I will send a message to her via the message cantrip.
Nice.
Whoa, bringing out the big guns.
Yep. That's right. Hey, look, I haven't had a nap yet. Okay, so all my spells are gone.
Wait, don't you have to like? Do you have to see me to do that?
No. I just
think
have
you
to.
should-
I
you
just
go
have to
around
know.
corners.
I just have to know where you are, like your general
Okay.
direction. And
Okay.
so yeah. So like
Like
I'll
a
just like
carrier
I'll walk.
pigeon, but
I'll
more
walk
reliable.
up. I'll kind of go up to the door, I'll cast a spell. I was like, Renaya, are you in a position where we can, we can come check on you? We've got back from our trip. Are you still alive? You can respond to this message.
Still alive. Still cursed. I got some rocks though.
Woo.
Ooh, rocks are interesting.
Gosh darn it, Leshka.
Dude, sick rocks.
He
darn it.
turns to the boys. All right, guys, great news. Renaya found some stuff about
The curse
rocks.
is gone?
Let's go.
Wait,
Ooh, rocks.
wait, news that
Leshka
rocks-
walks in.
They just walk in.
Guys walking to the
Well,
room.
I mean, I
She's
suppose.
on her bed. She has a number of books around her. There's the open chest, which has lots of different rocks. There's papers kind of strewn about. You see pockets snoozing at the edge of her bed, lightly snoring, kind of.
Abinthy
Uh,
is shielding
like-
his eyes, and he will not.
That's adorable.
Edward will peek his head around the door frame and just be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
All of you stay a minimum of 10 feet away, or I'm going to Eldritch Blast you into the nine
Whoa.
hells.
Okay, hey,
Whoa,
we
you
don't
can
we
do
don't
that?
need any of that.
That would actually be very useful.
You can cast plane shift through Eldritch Blast.
No, it's just, I'm saying just keep a distance, please.
Would probably be more pleasant than being banished. Looks at Leshka.
Well,
So you still have that curse?
anyway,
Yep.
right.
Would you like some tea or something? Is there any
Nope.
way?
I mean-
You have to come close. I don't want
I
that.
can hand it to you from afar. I can
Nope.
do that. Like,
Okay.
magically.
Have you tried putting it back?
Have I tried putting it back?
Yeah,
Putting
I
the
think it was
rod back.
Abinthy's idea. He points at Abinthy.
Renaya would have tried to put it back in the time that they've been gone.
You can put it back in Rock Varos. It slides back in, twist it back on, everything. You get it all
I
sealed.
don't think it's as simple as that, though. I think it's a little more like I can put it anywhere, but I'm still bound to it, you know.
This
No.
is unfortunate.
I don't know of anyone. Well, I may know some people. Well, correction, we all know of Miriam, who could probably do something about it, but probably wouldn't. Or the thing that Miriam would do would be very bad. I may suggest Atelier Crave actually may be able to. I don't know about get rid of it, but perhaps provide some form of solution. We may be able to request that of him.
Nah, you
Now
never
here
heard
the question.
Just so you know.
What'd you say?
DJ.
Oh my gosh, what's happening? DJ, what'd you say?
DJ was telling me I don't know who this guy is.
Oh, gotcha.
God told
Well,
me I don't know this man.
Maybe also
Oh, right.
he
That's
could be
right.
bound to an animal.
Adler Crave. So we were gone for a couple days. He hired us to go get some Vestrusium from a vault. In exchange, he's gonna help us get into Sigil.
So we can go get Katha and then maybe deal with the situation.
However,
fully.
if he can also help, at least temporarily, get rid of the Krish, that's helpful, right? Yes, yeah. Lesh kind of looks around.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
He
I
may
mean,
be able to
sure.
provide some sort of stoppage to the situation or like a temporary band-aid.
Now, here's my question. What is our temporary band-aid in order to get Renaya to him without touching someone?
Could we just use a carriage?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Renaya can stay in the carriage, and none of us will go inside.
That...
Like
okay.
royalty. He smiles at Renaya.
Okay. Question, DM. Do I... How many days journey is it going to take to get there?
Well, you
5 months.
It's a 6-month journey. If you were walking, it'd probably be close to 2 or 3 months. But
Oh my gosh.
you guys aren't walking, you silly gooses.
Oh yeah, we have a flying boat.
I mean, we do have a flying boat. I'm still asking.
Yeah, you have the flying boat, which would be probably 2 to 3 weeks. Or if you go to the Scholar's Guide, you can use one of the vast networks of Scholar's Guide's teleportation circles to
That's
get probably within a day of Wisteria Vale. There's not an actual
that was going to be
portal
my other question.
know
Wait,
what?
That's what we need.
but you probably could get to Wisteria Vale. Something to note, Aaron, go ahead and roll a history check for me.
That's not as good as it could be. It's still a 17.
So it's not a big deal, but something that you will have to get before you can actually enter Wisteria Vale. You'll basically have to get your passport, quote unquote. Avarice is super strict on who they allow in and out of their territories. And so you have to basically get your own papers created, which are like your passport or an ID type of situation that at any point could be called upon to be shown that you're like legally allowed within the city. It won't be a big deal for you guys to get, but it is something that you are aware of as you're the one who might have an issue getting that. The rest of them won't, but you might have that.
Well,
So
I have a question.
To Wisteria Vale, you would need to get those papers.
Do I already have one?
You actually, yeah, never mind. You would already have one. You already have papers, yeah.
Sweet.
So
Just as
the
a-
rest of the party would need to get them.
Well, that
Just
was
as a
easy.
forewarning, we may have we may have to acquire some paperwork to get in.
Question, DM. Would Leshka have papers?
Nope.
No.
Avarice is
Never
very
been to any of the Avarice
stingy.
territories.
And to be
It's-
fair,
I need a passport specifically. Like I need an Avarice passport.
Yes.
It's a documentation specifically allowing you within the territories of Avarice.
So
issued.
we don't need a passport. We need a visa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. That's a much better way of putting it. Yes.
Yes, they are very stingy at
Grant's like,
their
"Wait, what?"
territory.
These guys
I
are
think a
documentation
passport would
to
still
stay
do the same
within
thing.
that time within a country, Grant.
Well, because a passport
Okay.
is just an ID it's an international ID. A visa is an actual document. Hey, I'm allowed to be here.
Yes, you're right.
It doesn't matter what it's called. We just need
No, it's a
paperwork.
passport.
Look, Edward,
But-
I know you're a little sheltered. You've only been to Ocleron, but look,
Whoa,
I've traveled.
hold on. I have traveled around the world.
I mean,
It is true.
So special.
Regardless,
Okay,
we
what are we
need
doing?
paperwork. We need to get paperwork before we can
Okay.
go to Atelier Crave. I know how to get them. Do I know whether or not they need like fingerprints? Because that's going to be an issue with Renaya.
They
Like,
do.
is there any touching?
No.
Great. Thank
Could
you,
just prank,
DJ.
prank the guard that has to do like Renae's passport, and you're like, haha.
If we would,
Oops.
as
You have
a
to kiss her ring,
suggestion,
locking the unique skin print of your lips.
yes,
What?
I was kidding. It was just being dumb.
it's
Sorry.
a tongue print.
What?
Sorry, I was just being dumb.
And then you.
As a suggestion, as kind of a way of asking people to maintain distance, we could perhaps claim that Renaya has some strange, incredibly contagious through skin contact disease, and we are transporting her to Avarice for a specialized doctor's care.
Yes, hazmat suit.
What?
I don't think that will solve the touching problem, because it's just
Well,
clothes.
We have to sell it. We have to make it look like
Oh,
it's
for
real.
us. I mean, we could just say,
Yeah.
hey, we are taking our good friend to a medical doctor
Yes.
in
that-
Avarice, and,
yeah.
and then just go through, and that's like what we have on the paper. And she needs very specialized magical medical care, because it is a
Yes.
magical, fantastic disease.
I mean,
the
it's
best
kind
part
of
is
true.
it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not even really a lie.
Yes,
So
exactly.
if we get Zone of Truth, we just say our friend needs magical help. There
Yes.
you go.
We're not lying. We're strategically truth telling.
Okay, so I'm sick. Don't touch me because I'm sick.
Yes.
It's
we're
kind of
saying.
like we could like leprosy.
Maybe look
It's kind of one
weary,
of those
cough,
situations.
cough a bit.
I'm gonna use my disguise self, mask of many faces, and just make myself look just beat, like
Ooh.
pale, dark circles.
A lot paler. She's almost like gray in her skin at some points. She's got bag under her eyes. Her lips are cracked from being dry. She's got a few boils and like skin lesions.
I don't want to look gross. I just want to look not well.
It's tastefully
I
bad.
want to look
Like,
hot.
I
just
wanna-
tired.
I don't. No, I don't want to look like. I don't want to be icky, but like I want to be like disturbing.
I still wanna be hot.
I want my aesthetic. So
It's
I'm
like
thinking,
when
like, the veins are
Ashley.
dark, and like
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
eyes
I
are
Ashley.
dark.
It's
Her
like when a
eyes are- her eyes are
supermodel has
black.
the flu.
like thin skin, lots
Look,
of really
if
dark
we're- look-
veins.
Twilight.
If you're gonna
Twilight.
do this to me, at least let me be hot. You
Of
know.
course, I misunderstood the assignment, and I'm sorry.
It's
yeah,
definitely Twilight energy.
very, very pale skin, dark,
Sparkle
dark
in the
veins.
sunlight.
You sparkle just a little bit in the sunlight. You have
You're always angsty.
it
mean,
almost
that's-
Her
looks,
canines
yeah,
are just a
sure.
little bit sharper.
it almost looks like your irises are leaking the color in kind of a weird way, where it's like
What?
the irises are like
Mm.
the color portion is kind of like leaking into the whites of your eyes. Very,
That
very
doesn't-
weird. You have like a black goop kind of just around your eyes that almost could be makeup, except it looks natural.
It's natural mascara. It's perfect.
It's perfect for the edge.
Yeah, I think that'll do.
Anyway,
I think that'll do. Now cough. Maybe hunch a bit.
I think this is enough.
Oh,
People are
okay.
about the hunch right now.
The hunch is in. Have you
anyway,
heard of the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Why?
It's
Grant?
Deuteronom.
Oh, thank you. I don't
Anyway.
speak Gimlin.
What? Gimlin?
Since it is getting pretty late though, and we have to go to the Scholar's Guide, I'm just gonna go over there quick to sleep, and I'll meet you guys there in the morning before we go over to the city.
Yes, I'm pretty beat as well. If I would love a bit of a snooze, if possible.
I'd like to go to bed as well.
Great. Sorry to keep you waiting another night. Is that okay, Renaya?
And not much else I can really do.
All right.
I mean, you
Well,
look great. You're doing fine.
I agree.
I'm- Dismissed the disguise self.
This whole dark makeup thing, I'm down. I think that this could become big, like with the leaky dark eye stuff.
Really? I think it looks a
Please.
bit too much.
It's very alternative.
Please leave my room.
I'm gonna go.
Edward
Okay.
and Abithy continue to talk about makeup.
Hear me out. Next, like
Oh,
knee-high
we're doing
leather
this.
boots.
I already wear almost knee-high leather boots.
No, but like dark leather, so many buckles.
buckles. Ah,
And
that would
with
be
buckles, we disappeared in the distance.
Yes, Leshka?
Just so it is made aware, either tonight or in the morning, whichever makes more sense, there is a thing that Leshka would like to look up in the library.
Okay. Renaya, is there something you'd like to do before you go to bed?
Huh?
Okay. Abinthy, Edward?
Nope.
No, I'm happy.
I need
Beautiful.
to recharge my spell slots before I can do
Leshka,
stuff.
you use the teleportation circle, make your way to the Scholar's Guide. You do, when you get to the Scholar's Guide, as you go through the teleportation circle, you do have a moment of a splint, where like your items like kind of aren't jazzed, and you have this massive I can't think of the good word, but this massive cut down your forearm from it as
Laceration.
laceration. Thank you. That's exactly the word I was looking for. Massive laceration down your forearm as you go through the teleportation circle as it kind of glitches and isn't vibing.
Ow. Yeah, so Leshka he'll make his way over to his room and kind of drop off his stuff before making his way back out to kind of the main hall.
Okay.
And just kind of take assessment of like what state the library is in. Like has stuff been somewhat reorganized, put back together over this past few days?
Yes and no. So you look about, and as in the main hall, there's a lot of study areas. There is a few tall bookshelves, a lot of mechanical instruments and arcane instruments, stuff like that. You see that there are a number where a lot of those bookshelves fell over. The books have been just stacked on top of each other. So there's like hundreds of piles of probably 10 to 15 books kind of all around that old area. You can see that a lot of there's like piles of like dust and debris that have been swept up into piles but not actually taken care of. There's a lot of instruments that have been put aside, and all these desks. Basically what they've done is they have separated all of these stuff from themselves. So it's like all the desks over here, all the bookshelves over here, all the books over here, all the mechanical instruments over here, all the arcane instruments over here, and then all the junk for all those different things are next to that as they try and kind of catalog what was broken, what's salvageable, what's not salvageable, what they can replace, what they can't replace. That's the process they're currently going through. They're trying to figure out what they're assessing the damage, basically.
Okay, great, wonderful. So some progress is being made. That's good. So Leshka is going to attempt to try and see if there's any books that the library possesses in regards to the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill. Basically, who is that talking about? What's the stories like? What's the context surrounding that name, that story? Like, and I assume he would know enough to know it has to do with the context of the battle between with Wisteria Vale and Avarice. So yeah, that's what he's going to attempt to find.
So you know that of the about 28 or so mini libraries, 4 of them are dedicated to the current age, the Age of Rebirth. as this library was started. Basically, it was founded almost at the start of the Age of Rebirth, and so they've been able to document the last several thousand years of the age. And so you begin going through those, and they're broken down into different sections. One's like history, one's geography, blah blah blah. But you're able to find that in library number 26, which is just how those ones are labeled, 25, 26, 27, 28. They're not labeled, the trials or combats and weapons or anything like that. There is a history of the wars on the material plane that is kept relatively up to date. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Lovely. I would love to do nothing more, DM. Okay. Investigation. Not great. 9. I don't suppose I'd have advantage because, I'm a librarian.
You're not a cute librarian, though. That's the thing.
Leshka is.
If he is having trouble, he will ask for help.
A cute librarian shows up.
A cute librarian.
Don't worry, I can give you advantage.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you can bring on another person looking for this. I will allow one more roll. Go for
Okay,
it.
great, lovely. Thank you, DM. I appreciate you.
It's Doug.
Do we have Doug, a cute intern librarian named Doug?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes, Douglas.
he's like, hey, I'm Doug.
Douglas D.
He has a really nice
Morphin.
like round
Douglas
boyish
D's
face
nuts.
with some freckles.
Why?
Some like nice blonde curls. Very cute.
Okay,
like a
that
young
would be a
Fabio?
24.
Okay. You and Douglas begin looking through
He's like,
this
"That's the
library,
right
trying to
book."
go over different ages. First of all, there is extremely brief amounts of information on anything that has to do with avarice. There is one paper that's written that you find, though, that basically explains why this is. It talks about avarice and depicts them as a warmongering dictatorship with nothing more than the desire to conquer all the world, one city and country at a time. How they did that and how they got their start was through conquering several of the smaller cityscapes kind of in the center of the continent. Wisteria Vale was the first of these. Avarice was once just a lone city, much like Jormungandr, Wisteria Vale, Harentha, some of these other places, before it grew kind of that hunger to conquer. And so it declared war on Wisteria Vale. Past the declaration of war, there's been almost no lore and history added to anything on avarice. Once you go through this, you just try and look up any information outside of wars, but just on avarice, and there's nothing added to the library past the declaration of war on Wisteria Vale.
Now, can I find the inverse of finding information on Wisteria Vale?
Sure. Go ahead and make it another investigation check.
Lovely. I appreciate you, DM.
Looks like a heavy book you're holding. Need any help?
That would be a 18.
Wisteria Vale is a little less secretive, but there's a similar situation that goes on. Unfortunately, you have a few more tomes about the history of Wisteria Vale. How it was founded by a woman by the name of Wisteria Vale. Basically, the way the city was founded was Wisteria Vale. The person Wisteria Vale, she kind of set up a shop. Well, not really her shop, but she set up shop. She set up her livelihood here and was a very powerful mage. And so people would be like, you need to go see Wisteria Vale to cure different ailments, to receive different abilities and potions and helps and stuff like this. And it eventually got to the point where going to see Wisteria Vale was no longer going to see her, but was going to kind of this buddling community of mages and artificers and clerics and all these different people who all kind of grew this common community around the expansion of knowledge of magics and the way that infuses with technology. Eventually to the point where Wisteria Vale became one of the capitals of Talyra for this type of stuff. Specifically for artifice is their main attraction, but still a lot of the advances within the Arcana as well, within the general Arcana. And so that took place over the course of a couple hundred years or so. Then there is the declaration of war on avarice, and basically after that it is also blacked out for the same reason that you can extrapolate for the fact that avarice won the war, and so they went in and removed anything past that. They don't want anybody.
Wisteria fail.
Yes. Basically, it goes through and explains how Wisteria Vale put up a pretty decent front, but after several really disastrous defeats at the hands of avarice, they ended up having to concede to avarice for the sake of saving their people and their abilities to continue to do their work. And since then, basically none of the history or anything linked to avarice itself has been recorded. A lot of their like scientific reports and some different arcane reports have been coming through from there, but nowhere near the amount of volume that Wisteria Vale used to put out when it came to advancements in the arcane. You definitely understand that avarice not only is extremely secretive about its own history, about its intentions, about its people, but also they have now become extremely secretive and possessive of their advancements in technology, in magics, in war machines, all these different types of things. And probably the reason they went after Wisteria Vale first is probably because they wanted their specific skill set to be in addition to as a nice little crown in the war machine of avarice. So yeah.
Lovely. Okay.
So you don't find anything on the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill or anything like that, but you do learn quite a bit about avarice and Wisteria and kind of their interesting history and stuff like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's all he wants to do before he goes to bed.
Just out of curiosity, you might have said this, but how long ago was that war when Wisteria Vale lost?
Wisteria Vale lost about 20 years ago.
Oh, so it was quite recent. So it was in our
Relatively
lifetimes.
recent, yeah, within
Okay.
all of your lifetimes, yeah.
Gotcha. That was probably pretty
Edward
big
was like
news.
7 years old, but yes.
Yeah, less. Edward was like 5.
Yeah. And it's not like a whole lot of common knowledge, you know. Like it's not uncommon knowledge, but it's also like, you know,
it's far
there's
away.
a war
It's...
north up between Wisteria Vale and Avarice. Okay, cool. That's their thing. We're over here. We're not doing anything. They haven't asked for help. Blah blah blah. It's kind of what you got.
Gotcha.
From it.
It would be around 16 years to be exact.
16 years.
Edward, you might have heard a little bit more about it because you do remember your father talking about battles between Avarice and Wisteria Vale, and if that was going to affect production of Audronite in the Lumenkona Mountains.
Which it did, actually.
Yes, it did affect quite a bit. But that's basically the only thing you know about it, is how it affected the economics of your business.
Nice.
We sleep.
Thank
Leshka,
you.
bed then? Is that right? Leshka, you go to bed?
Yes.
Perfect. You all go to bed. Finding some of you find great sleep as you're very exhausted. Edward, you pass
Oh,
out.
man.
Leshka, you have pretty decent sleep. Renaya, Triplewitz, you never have any good sleep. Like that's even when you do sleep, it's not like quality sleep. Renaya, you kind of toss and turn quite a bit as well. Sometimes I have stress, sometimes I have frustration, sometimes I have anger, sometimes all three at the same time. But it's hard for you to find decent rest. But eventually you do manage to slip into the subconscious for at least a little bit. In the morning, you all awake. We'll skip some of the super big pleasantries. You guys have breakfast. And we'll say you all, unless there's something specific you want to do at Gambit's Keep, you all will meet up with Leshka at the Scholar's Sky.
Sounds good.
Edward high fives Renaya. I'm just kidding.
Renaya Eldritch blasts Edward.
I'm just kidding.
We will form like a bodyguard like situation, but we're also like 10 feet away. So we just kind of move in a rotating circle around Renaya. Like,
Fair
you
enough.
want to go? You want to go? Hey,
Pockets
watch
is
it.
Just
doing
like the
circles.
moon
Yeah.
around the earth.
Perfect. You
Yeah, we're
guys
orbiting.
hover your way around Renaya over to the teleportation circle. Triplewitz, you kind of fiddle around just a little bit. You're like still racking your brain on what exactly you can do to fix this teleportation circle. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me, just because I'm curious.
Okay.
Okay, that could be good or bad.
Oh man, let me tell you, that's a natural 20 for a 33. I'm like,
It took you 2 years to start rolling well.
I look.
It's Abinthy.
What it took was the wonderful Dungeoneers to start sending me dice that aren't the dice that I picked, so they're not cursed.
W Abinthy. Wabinthy.
Wabinthy. It's Wabinthy season.
Wabinthy.
You go through and you notice, you go through, you go out to the teleportation circle, and you're like, blood has been spilled on this night. As you quickly realize that the last, whoever went through last probably had a pretty decent like glitch, a pretty decent snitch.
I think the blood means about to rise.
Stop that.
So you kind of stop and you go through, and you ponder and you think and you ponder and you think, and you think there's either two reasons that this is happening. Either the different ways that the planes are kind of shifting and messing around means there's either a surplus of magical energy going through that's causing it to glitch, or a lack. You don't know which one it is, but it has set you up on a road where you at least know what is probably causing the problem, which is either a surplus or a lack of arcane energy to actually power or overpowering the circle. That's causing one of two things. You could either figure out a way to siphon power off of the arcane circle, probably to like maybe something like a piece of Audronite, like a young piece of Audronite that's having to go through its aging process. That would probably be a decent way of solving that. Or you need to figure out a way to boost the power either through a few more days of casting the spell and really solidifying the runes, maybe, or re-solidifying the runes, or maybe a few other ways. You're not quite immediately sure of how you'd want to, what the best way to increase the power of this would be. But those are your two options that you're kind of thinking of. For now, it's still functional. There's like a 10 to 20% chance of having a pretty decent glitch happen.
I think we
But
have
the
jumper
likelihood
cables
like,
somewhere.
coming up their forearm or like their forehead is pretty
Pockets
neat,
probably has some on him.
Yeah, we probably have jumper cables.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, regardless, we don't have time to jimmy rig anything right now. But I also know that it's jerry rig, but I thought it would be funnier if you said Jimmy.
It was pretty funny. I laughed.
It wasn't. You don't have to lie. But things to deal with when the situation is resolved. This may hurt a little bit. Just
Worse than banishment?
around the same.
Oh. Fine.
But it could be fine. I think we should just go maintain that distance.
You said could be, not should be.
It
That's a
could be.
very different conjecture.
I'm sure it's fine. We have a schedule to keep.
So you guys make your way through the teleportation circle one by one, starting with Abinthy, who then makes sure that there's nobody around. You back off a good ways. Renai, you wait the designated amount of time. He was like, hey, 2 minutes. You gotta wait 2 minutes before you come in. That way I can clear everything. You wait your designated amount of time. Renai, you go through. Edward, you then wait your 2 minutes to make sure that Renai has plenty of time to get out of the way. And then you go through. All three of you go through just fine. Thankfully, no
Yes.
splits.
That would
no
be
massive
awkward
lack
if
of
we
riches.
didn't.
Yeah, one of us just ends up on a different plane, and we're like, well.
My leg!
Sucks. No, but you go find your size in the Scholar's Guide. And you see that they've made a little bit of progress, much the same as what I told Drew. They're organizing the damage, assessing the damage, assessing what they can do, what they can't do, so on and so forth. But thankfully, the teleportation room is still highly active.
Nice.
You guys go and you
Yes.
up.
Yep.
Lesh King.
And we'll be expedient. Expedient? That's what
Yeah.
I think
let's
that's
do
the right one.
that.
That's a good one.
We'll be expedient. You guys go through the teleportation circles yourselves. Once again, this time trying to teleport to one of the many portals they have around Talira. There's not a specific one into Wisteria Vale or Avarice or anything like that. You could go to Harentha, but that would probably be about another 3 or 4 days journey to get from Harentha to Wisteria Vale. There's also just a random one in some old ruins that you guys have. That's probably about a day away from Wisteria Vale.
Ruins
like the old
sounds
ruins.
fun.
There's
Yeah,
probably not
ruins
people in
sounds
the
more
old ruins.
interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say the less people, the better, and yeah, ruins are great.
Plus, it's a day away. Only a day away. Wait, how does that song go?
I don't know.
You're
only
only a day away.
Tomorrow.
And there's the
You guys
copyright.
go through the teleportation circle, much in a similar fashion. Abinthy goes through first, make sure that nothing's going to blow up, nothing's going to shoot out at us. There's no person just sitting on the teleportation circle. Then Renaya, she gets her space. Then Leshka and Edward, so on and so forth. You guys all find yourselves in these fairly well lit ruins, as there's no roof and there's no pillars, and it's kind of in the middle of a field. This looks like it was maybe an old castle or perhaps a watchtower or lookout of some sort. You're not quite sure what its purpose was. It's kind of been lost to history. You know that it's probably 500 to 700 years old. So before Harentha or before any of the city-states that kind of populate this area were around, except for maybe Jormungandr. Aside from maybe Jormungandr. But it's since been lost to time. There's different ferns, growing vine plants, little flowers. Thankfully, you don't see any of the big pink flowers that turn into the death horses that you guys hate.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
That would
That
be
would
really
suck.
fun. But unfortunately, no, none of those flowers, or fortunately for you. But there is just this random teleportation circle that you guys go through.
As we go through, and when kind of Leshka appears, it's like, oh yes, I recognize these now. I've seen sketches of this place when it was first discovered. It's, I believe, by
It looks almost the exact same.
I think it was. I think one of the scholars named Selvin. I think that was his name.
I remember sketching these.
Wait,
He
nice.
found this place like a decade ago or something like that.
What did it used to be?
Well, if I recall correctly, it was like he thinks it might have been like a watchtower or a castle or something from an age ago, like 500 years or so, is what we.
Something
500.
ridiculously unimportant, I'm sure.
It looks really, really old.
It is, yes.
Anything
Probably
interesting about it, or it's just rocks?
I think at this point it's just rocks. I think.
Hmm.
I wish
That
it was more interesting, but yeah.
That would have been around the time where only maybe Jormungandr was around.
Give or take.
Perhaps.
Fascinating.
But anyway, we should.
Edward traces the
we
stones
should-
with his fingers.
We should get moving.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Hey, Renaya,
What?
you have that thing about rocks, right?
Not. Yes.
Hawkins pulls a whole chest out of his pouch in his stomach.
Anything
Not
interesting about
yes.
these? And he picks up some rocks.
Edward,
They're old. I
put
don't
the
know.
rocks down.
Okay. Put some
Now,
down.
as they're traveling, Leshko is gonna ask the question. He knows the answer, but he's gonna ask anyway, just in case. Now, Renaya, when we get to the city, if you would like, I could cast, using my staff, I can cast the levitate spell, which allows you to float about like 20 feet up in the air, like should be well above most people. So in especially crowded places, it could make it very easy to avoid people.
You want to just put me in the air.
As this patron of death floats above the sky, she comes down raining fire and brimstone on the.
I mean,
the
I
blast-
think it actually is a very decent idea. I mean,
What
if
if-
we're
what
if
if
we're going
she-
to a very crowded city, it might not be very easy to get a 10-foot bubble around you at all time.
Well, what if she
We
laid
need to
down as if
show
she was in a
whatever.
gurney, but like in the air, so it's clear that she's.
I don't care.
Sick.
Do whatever you want. Just don't touch me.
I can't tell if Lydia hates us or if Renaya hates us.
It's a little bit of both.
The answer's both.
Are there tunnels? No, that's a bad idea. That never ends well.
No, I would avoid tunnels. I think you guys died last time you went into a tunnel.
It has been a
cave.
long. Oh, yeah. I wasn't there for that.
Oh, it was a cave. I see.
Wait.
I.
No, it was a hallway.
Okay, it doesn't matter where
We've
you died. We're
almost
trying to
died in
solve
a lot
problem.
of places.
Um, do I know how crowded, like, Wisteria was when I was like around this area?
It's definitely a city, and it's a fairly popular city. It's probably not as popular as Avarice itself or like Athala, where it's like jam packed with as many citizens as possible. It's a little bit more spread out. Definitely a lot more of a higher end type of community. And the beauty of Wisteria Vale is they a lot of times when their population grows, instead of expanding out, they expand up. That's
So
why.
it's like New Hampshire.
Sure.
Nice. I've heard that they have a very interesting form of transportation. Perhaps it will solve our problems and we can maintain a communicative distance without running into any people. I say we play it by ear until we get there. We leave the levitate spell for if necessary, and then we just call it good. Worst comes to worst, she could sit on my pack.
We'll just see what we need to do when we get there.
Oh, or
Fantastic.
dimension door? I know Leshka can do that.
A whole bunch of times. Either way, we're talking about this while we're walking towards the city, right?
There's not.
We're
a
walking
path to the
backwards
city.
away from the city.
Yeah, there's not a path to the city from this from this set of ruins. And so you guys find yourself walking through a lot of pretty tall grass, probably talking like chest high grass as you go through the large fields and grasslands of kind of the center of Talira, here on the eastern side of the Lunancona Mountains. You're heading a little bit northwest, so it's like, Lunancona Mountains over here, Jormungandr, Avarice, Wisteria Vale, and then little ruins right there. So you guys are making your way up to Wisteria Vale, northwest direction.
Edward plays his little flute a bit as they walk. A jovial tune.
To the jaunt of this jovial tune, you guys begin making your way up. And it's about a day's journey. It only takes you probably 10 or so hours, probably about 20-ish miles from Wisteria Vale. But you guys begin to crest a small hill over these plains, and at first you see the massive floating hair that's kind of coming out of the sky. You're not really sure what it is until you begin to crest the hill and you see the cityscape of Wisteria Vale. There are no walls that surround it, but it spreads and spans out from this plateau. You see that there's the plateau at the center, kind of a very like Athens-like city where there's the plateau, and then all around the base of that plateau you have this span of city that goes around it. Above the city, on the plateau, you see this massive statue that you recognize to be of Venin Attis, the prime deity of the Arcana domain, something that almost all of you would immediately recognize, if not all of you would immediately recognize. You see he is a very large, muscular looking man with a blaze of arcane fire that comes off of his head, very thick and roaring. And they have that on the statue itself as this massive torch of firelight burns as hair from the back of his head, and then a spear of fire and lightning is held in his hand as he kind of stands in kind of a Greek statue-esque pose, very athletic. He has the spear pulled back as he's getting ready to throw it. Surrounding the statue, you see that there are a number of floating buildings. I don't have the right document pulled up because I'm a loser. You see
Not a loser.
There it is. You
You're
see a
not
number
a loser. You're a rock.
There's a number of these massive floating features in the sky. These small kind of floating islands with vines and birds that have created nests and all these different things hanging down from the bottom of the islands. And you can see as they taper down and comb into a nice point, at the base of each of these items, there's a small little pulse that goes off. every once in a while that creates a slight bob with the islands. You can see that there are several of them that float around. 3 of them look to be these massive school-type buildings. As you're going through, Triplewitz, you know of this city, so I'm just going to take the liberty of saying that you're explaining what these different features are.
Oh, and over there is the Academy of Horticulture.
Yes, exactly.
They can train to be a horologist.
There are 3 schools specifically, generalized
It's
schools.
not
You
what
have
we're-
the public schools for all the children, and then you have 2 colleges. You have a college of technology and artifice, and a college of magics. And so those are the 2 big colleges. You then have beneath the statues, not on an actual island itself, but on not the statues. Well, yes, beneath the statue, not on an island, but on that plateau, there is a small acropolis, which is a temple dedicated to both then an Attis and as a memorial ground to honor Wisteria Vale, the founder of the city. You have on another one of these floating islands is the Atelier, which is what you guys are going to be heading to. It's the massive workshop that all of the mages and artificers use as a place where they can kind of do whatever they want and not have to worry about blowing up the city. That's kind of the point of it. And then you also see all around there is hundreds of these much smaller little floating islands that seem to have a single building on them, what is described as the Skyguard Barracks. Triplewitz then goes on to explain how Wisteria Vale has a member of its military known as the Skyguard, which are these soldiers that are mounted on drakes as their mode of transportation, and so they come to and from the Skyguard Barracks, and they act as a lot of the border patrol as well for Wisteria Vale. And all of this floats around that giant statue of Venom Attis. The actual city itself looks to be made a lot out of brick and kind of a marble or quartz type of material. A lot of red and white type materials with some slate for the roofing, for the roofs, the roofing, would be how it is, and a lot of those other different features. A lot of like brick pathways and stuff like that. It's like I said, it's pretty spread out. There's like I shouldn't say spread out. It's just not compact. It's not like they fit in as many buildings as they possibly could into the space. They understood that each building should have its own walkways around it. Each building feels like it has like a space to exist, and that it's not just jam-packed into like this is this generalized area of shops, and so it's just one shop amongst many. It's like, no, this is this shop, and it's this space, and it belongs to this space. It's like that.
This is your space. This is your area. She can't do that to you.
Exactly.
So how big of a city are we talking? Are we talking like real big, like eye-opening, like oh my gosh, this is huge, or like oh wow, that's cool?
We're probably talking 100,000 people.
So that's pretty big, especially for floating rocks.
It's kind of big compared to like Athala, which is a city of like 3 to 4 million people. It's nowhere near as big, but at the same time, it's way bigger than the vast majority of populated places, as still the majority of places out here are rural places, farmlands and stuff like that. And so it's definitely a city, and it's definitely a community, but it's not massive compared to some of these capitals and stuff like that.
Okay, good to know. Abinthy, how do they get the rocks to float like that?
Oh, it's a very complicated magical engineering situation. But basically, you know the materials that a certain Atala Crave suggested that it would be incredibly useful if someone were to find. Those are some of the principal elements that are required to make these stones float. It's a complicated algorithm, but basically by using very rare materials and rocks and metals, they're able to create actually a large-scale form of levitation that is consistently and concurrently recast on a specific object given within a target space to anchor it in relative position to the planet.
Well, yes, I've heard of using materials and magic to levitate,
It's like,
but never to this
let
scale.
me put it in a way
whole
that
city.
maybe you
It's
would
amazing.
understand better. It's like Minecraft.
Oh, it all makes sense.
But anyway, we should.
It's not like Minecraft.
It's not like it at all.
As we are making our approach to the city, Leshka will cast Sending to Adlar Crave.
Okay.
Ooh.
And he will say, Mr. Crave.
Mr. Crave is one word.
Sure, Mr. Crave. Yep.
Is it?
It is Leshka with Fate's Gambit. We are making our approach to the city with the items you desired.
I counted the I have 4 left.
Sure, I'll cut the too. Why not?
Is that a second?
Oh.
one?
See
that another
you
one?
soon. Bye.
Thank you. I am glad that you were successful in your mission, and I look forward to your arrival.
You have 4
You have
left
4
if
left.
you want.
How do we get that right? But we can't do. What'd you say? Do you just do filler words? Okay. How can we count that right, but not the slow ones?
With love, Adalar Crave.
I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah.
don't know what he said because I was busy counting.
See
I
you
really
soon.
don't.
He basically said, "Yeah, great, good. They'll see you soon."
Okay.
To the
Interesting.
edge of the city.
Fascinating. Let's go to.
You guys head to the outer rim of Wisteria Vale. Abinthy, you know that there is no architectural wall.
Mm-hmm.
You do know, however, that there is a arcane wall that kind of floats on the outside of the city. As you all approach, I'll have everybody go ahead and make a perception check for me.
I love making
It's
checks
time
when
to
I play
shine.
D&D.
Perception checks.
Oh.
That's a 19.
19.
18 for me.
22.
23. I got a natural 20
Very nice. All
on
of
my
you
perception check.
will be able to see it. As you approach, you all begin to see a slight,
What is that?
almost like the rainbow effect that like a bubble has, if you know what I mean.
Mm,
That iridescent.
yes.
Yeah, iridescence is a good word for it. It goes up about 30 feet or so from the ground surrounding the outer rim of Wisteria Vale. And it goes up about 30 feet. And then about 10 feet above that, 40 to 50 feet in the air, is where the first of basically 3 offsetting layers of Skyguard barracks rests. So there's a little bit of a space between this arcane wall and the Sky Barracks. As you approach, you see that there are a few buildings on the outside of this wall as well. There's kind of like an inner ring, and then there's, which is like the outer rim of the city, and then there's the wall itself, and then there's another rim of a few buildings, probably one every mile or so along the perimeter, that act as entrances into the city. You approach one of these entrances, and you can see that there are a couple people who are coming in and out, but it's not overly popular or anything like that. Most people here to stay. As you approach, you see that there is the flag of avarice, which I actually don't know what it is. I didn't take the time to create that. Aaron, if you happen to have an idea, you're welcome to it.
Oh,
If not, it's okay.
give me a minute and I'll come up with something.
Beautiful.
I could come up with something.
I love this.
You
community.
could.
But yeah, it's basically a 2-tower building that are connected by an archway that acts as a path. Hanging from the center of that archway is a large red, kind of like a blood red flag with a black symbol on it, the symbol of avarice. And you can
Sounding an
see,
awful lot like the Fire Nation. I'm just pointing that out. It's a little sus, DJ.
oh, it's kind of like the foundation.
The symbol of avarice is a clenched fist with lines coming out from it that is supposed to represent the rays of the sun, to kind of describe their ideal of avarice will control everything, even the stars above.
Beautiful.
It's Wolverine.
That's actually pretty cool. As you approach, you see there's a couple people coming in, a couple people coming out, but there are 6 guards that all stand around. They are all in full plate mail. They have kind of a centurion style armor, so full plate mail, and they have the helmet that kind of comes back around the back of the neck, and then all the way across the face where it has the split and the split that comes down, so you can barely see any of their face. And the point of that, you quickly realize, is to dehumanize them. It's to make them be set apart from the people. The armor itself is stained a blood red with black trim around the edges, and there's a black plume that comes off the top of it as well. They each carry a large sword, a small axe, and a shield. This large, kind of oval-esque shield that points down at the end to a sharp point with a spike coming off the bottom of it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's aggressive. As you all approach,
Are we sure we want to be here right now?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Unfortunately.
I guess it's our only way to get to Sigil. Sigil? I still don't know how to pronounce that.
Sigil.
Sigil.
Oh, okay. Sigil.
It's like sickle, but with G instead of a C. Or K.
Gotcha. Thank you. Hopefully Cather's still there.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a way to communicate with him if he is still there. I suppose
Man,
that
this
maybe I could send a
line is
message and then
long.
find out if he isn't there.
There is no line.
Should we approach
You know
now
what?
instead of
DM,
standing here
why not?
awkwardly?
You see some of the guards turn to you and just start eyeballing you as you guys have just been standing like 100 feet
We've
off.
been
as we're
eyeballing
each other.
them.
You know what, DM? Why not? I'm gonna cast Send It again.
Okay.
And attempt to send it to Cather.
Okay.
And it's gonna be real simple. It's gonna be real simple. Real quick, I'm gonna mark off my spells before I forget.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Cather.
How long will it be
just
for us to
checking
enter the
in to make sure you're still doing okay and on in Sigil. Okay, have fun. Bye.
For the sake of expediency, you do not get a response.
Great. But do I get see? Do I get the sense that the message was blocked like I did last time?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all I
Hey,
need. That's really what I
Renaya.
needed to know.
Renaya,
What?
look sick.
I
He gives
just
her a thumbs
disguise
up.
self to make myself look sick.
Wait.
You're doing great.
And we
Lovely
approach.
enthusiasm. Yes, we go up to the guards.
Okay. You begin to approach. As you do, 3 of the guards kind of create a line across between the 2 towers, acting like a barricade, and then one does approach. How may we help you?
Abinthy will take lead on this one.
Mhm.
Yes, we are here to gain entrance into Wisteria Vale. Our friend over there is, well, rather sick with a magical disease that we have not had any luck with curing outside of this location. So we are attempting to find some form of powerful magician or mage of some sort, be it cleric or wizard or sorcerer, to find a cure for that disease. My name is Billy Goodman. I slide my papers to him. Yeah, I have my identification, but we will need identification for these 3.
Understood. Head to the barrack 1 mile that way. They handle verifications and will allow you to get your papers. I hope you are able to find some help in the city. And he hands you back your papers and then gestures for you to go that way.
Thank you. Let us get a move on.
You've
Yeah,
been
you
very
guys
Run a
helpful.
mile.
we hit that, that, like, what is it, like 16-minute mile or something?
Yeah.
P90X.
You guys make your way
Baywatch.
about a mile up or so, and there's little pathways that are fairly easy to follow. As you approach, you find a very similar situation. Another 2 towers with the bridge that goes across. There's the 2 guards up on top of the bridge. There's the 4 guards down below.
Oh,
As you-
here we go again.
The 3 guards line up, and then another one approaches. How may we help you?
Yes, we need verification. You sound very similar to the last guard that we talked to.
almost
Wait.
like they have the same accent.
Yes. Hello, my name is Billy Goodman. Here's my identification. We are attempting to find a caster of some sort, thank you, to cure my friend over here, who has a magical disease spread through touch. So we are trying to maintain a fair distance.
He does take a step back at that point.
Don't worry, it isn't transmittable through air contact or anything like that. It is purely skin-to-skin contact. We actually do have a missive. We're just pretty much looking for the strongest spellcaster possible.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place. You said you need documentation then.
Yes, for these three. They don't have cards. They are not from around here.
Perfect.
So if you go 1 mile that direction, we can go help.
Yes. The left tower and speak with the guard at the desk. You guys head over and you go through the process of filling out your paperwork, your name, your last name, where you hail from, your city of origin, your intention to be in the city, any previous engagements you've had with Mysteria Vale, Avarice, or Jormungandr or Harentha, actually. Not really quite sure why.
Are you a felon?
Yeah.
Well, Edward does ask Abinthy on the way if he should lie.
I don't think it's too important. I just happen to.
Okay, I just noticed you didn't use your name, and
No,
I just thought.
it's from a long time ago.
Okay. So Edward just does his thing. Okay.
Perfect.
That's all.
Yeah, you guys fill it all out. What ends up happening is there's like 6 different documents that you all have in there, and they punch a hole through them that binds them to kind of this almost like a leather trifold that folds up into kind of a pamphlet style thing, and then there's a ribbon around it. So that's how you keep that. They instruct that you
Fancy.
always keep this on you at all times. If you don't have your documentation and you're asked for within the city, you will immediately be banished from the city. It's very, very important.
And
There's
from life.
I've been banished before.
It's
not
for life. It's a
fun.
one time you're done. There's no leeway, no grace. So don't lose your papers. The charge for forging papers is like 2,000 platinum or something like that, something stupid high. And if you are caught, or for using forged papers, excuse me, and then if you're caught creating forged papers, the penalty is death.
What are you gonna do?
What's he
Right,
gonna do?
They don't like plagiarism here.
How do we get to Adelar Crave once we get in this city? Assuming that we succeed and everything's fine.
Do you mention that you're looking for Atelier Crave?
I did mention that we are looking for the strongest caster. I don't suppose we're trying to expedite the process, go straight to the top. I've heard the name Adelar Crave.
Atelier Crave is the High Mage of Wisteria Vale.
That's
If you'd
exactly
like-
what we're looking for.
We could give him a call and see if he'd be available for something like this.
Yes.
He goes over.
I assume that Edward was the one who we gave the name for.
Well,
Because
this
you're
whole
the
time,
diplomat guy.
yeah, Edward has been kind of acting like royalty here. He hasn't said anything. He's just been like motioning to Abinthy to do things for him. And so, and he's like dressed like it, so he just
Yeah, perfect.
He hasn't said a word.
Goes over, and within this, it's kind of like a cobblestone tower, is what it looks like. And then there's a big old slab with a window kind of around it. And it's not actually a window; it's just a hole in the side of the tower. On the side of one of the beams that are built into this, you see this little 2-pronged hook, kind of like a guitar hook, with 2 sending stones that are attached with like a door handle, kind of looks like, to create kind of a phone-esque situation. And then there's a cable tied around it that leads to the stone to keep it from going too far, kind of like a wall
That's
phone.
so rad.
We've
He goes in.
entered into the 70s.
And you do hear him whisper a couple different things. Do any of you try to eavesdrop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Duh.
I think that's a unanimous.
Renaya's got like a
all of us?
30
I was gonna
passive
say,
perception,
can't
right?
Renaya
Read
like
lips.
read lips?
Oh, yeah, no, we don't need this. We got Renaya.
He gets on the phone and all of us comedically in the frame lean in.
Operator Adelaide.
Operators? They have operators?
Yeah, you just.
At Craig's office. Yes, we have a blah 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 blah. There's a few guests looking to have a disease cured, so on and so forth. You then hear on the other side, I will talk to Mr. Crave, and then you hear what? Oh, yes, please send them on in right away. I'm expecting them.
I was hoping that there would be hold the music. Like,
No, it's this. It's just like, did you hear all that? But it's like a bossa nova, like dun, dun, dun.
Before eventually he hangs up. Crave is expecting you. You three create an escort to prevent anyone from touching. I'm sorry, what was your name? To prevent anyone from touching Renaya as they make their way to the. I'm in the wrong document once again.
the light rail.
No.
Edward looks.
To the
Edward's eyes darken, and he says the first words that he said this whole time as he looks towards the guards, and he says, "I will mind you that this disease seems to be dangerous to the public. I'd expect that you take extreme care."
They create like they were gonna create like a 10-foot perimeter around her. They create like a 12, 13-foot perimeter.
Edward just nods.
Now,
Leshka, as they begin to walk, Leshka will just mentally message Renaya, and it's just like, a guard escort. Now that's helpful.
Like royalty.
No,
Right. Having the time of my
Renaya's like, give me grots or give me death.
Renaya's like, just give me, make something stop, please.
this is her worst nightmare.
You guys make your way through the city. As you do, you make your way towards the base of the plateau. So you walk through the brick streets. As you make your way through, you can see that there's a number of well-dressed people. The sun is beginning to set, and so there's a number of different lanterns and torches and all these different things are beginning to be lit, along with people coming out. And there are a number of different like mini amphitheaters throughout the city, where there's philosophers teaching, there's poets singing, or not poets singing, poets doing like almost like spoken word kind of situations.
Poetry.
Reciting poetry, yes, good. You have
Poets
a number of
doing
different
poetry.
arts that are singing. You have a lot of the arts that are kind of on display. You also pass by a number of different workshops, forges, along with just mostly a lot of like residential buildings and stuff like that. As you make your way towards the base of the plateau, you guys do walk beneath several of the floating rocks above you. They float probably 200 to 300 feet above you. And as you can see, they look like they're these jagged stones that almost been like ripped directly out of the ground and then floating up. And so they have lots of these little jagged spikes and stalactites that are formed. Yeah, tights that are formed. And then over the centuries, they also have a lot of vegetation and vines. There's little grass patches on some of the flat ledges. You can see there's a number of birds and different animals that come to and from the different places. And like I said, lots of vegetation hanging down, lots of vines. As you get to the base of the plateau, you see that there are stairs that go up the side of the plateau to get to the Acropolis and to the statue. And then there are these kind of interesting, massive looking pools that have little bubbles that float out of them. And then there's a little building next to the pools with a small line that goes out of the building. As you approach, you watch as one of these pools erupts as this massive, almost like a manta ray type creature kind of shimmies and shakes and shimmies all this water off of it before it is saddled up, and about 12 seats are placed on its back. You then watch as people load up, and then there is another saddle for the rider of what you are assuming is a clor, which is what it was mentioned earlier, Kloar. He then whips the reins, and it flaps its wings, quote unquote, like they said, it's kind of like a manta ray, and it takes off and begins gliding through the sky, making its way up to the islands.
That's pretty cool.
And it starts singing about the different parts of the sea and the different names of fishes. That's good too. I was making a Nemo reference, but that one works too.
I follow you, Grant.
Yeah, interesting.
You guys approach one of these buildings, and you're given an expedited, you're like given the fast pass past the line, and you are mounted onto one of these clors. It's a really interesting experience as it's still damp, it's still wet, and it's the skin of one of these creatures. And if you guys have ever like gone to a zoo where you've gone to like pet stingrays or something like that, you know, it's kind of like a sandpaper-esque feel to the skin. Like wet sandpaper is kind of the best way that I can describe it. And this has a very similar texture to the skin as well.
It's like a weird, bigger war bat.
Yes, except not.
Oh my gosh, what sound does it make?
Yeah, kind of whale-like noises.
But it echoes. It's like somehow echoey even in like
Open
just
air, yes.
the air. It sounds like
Yeah.
it's in water.
Yes, exactly.
I want
And
one.
there are these like leather seats that get strapped around it. Renai is placed in the center, and then the 3 guards go on the outer, like very outer seats that they can, and you guys go on some of the inner seats before the chlor rider whips his reins, and it flops into the air as it takes off. And it's kind of a rushing sensation as you quickly gain altitude before it begins to slowly, almost like float up, no longer flapping, but just gently gliding its way up and up and up.
Edward brings out his lute, plays a chord, and says, "I can show you the world."
Man,
It's the second
yes.
Disney reference.
We have a lot of movie
Yeah, actually,
references
he-
this episode.
He doesn't carry his lute on him anymore, sadly. Just saying, so he doesn't do that. I'm sorry.
God dang.
I'm sorry I
Uh,
disappointed you all.
But
A
you guys,
pocket lute. It's like ukulele.
it's just a ukulele, yeah. You guys make your way up to the Atelier. It's this massive.
Bless you.
It's pronounced Atelier?
Atelier. Thank you. This massive atelier.
Italia? Like,
No, not
Shush.
like Italian. It's French, Grant. You guys make your way up. You see that on the edges of these massive stones, it's a rough exterior, and then about a foot from the edge, there is like a fence, this little like marble fence that goes all around the very edge. It's grass all along the top with these marble pathways that eventually lead either to some courtyards on the outside where you can relax and study. There's a few trees up on here, and then there is the massive building. It kind of looks similar to like the Temple of Athena in Athens, or what it used to look like, where it's the big
The
pillars,
Parthenon.
open, yes, like a Parthenon type of situation, except on the inside it is actually walled off on the inside as well. So you have kind of that exterior of the Parthenon, and then interior is kind of walled off, almost like, I would say, like a laboratory building where you have lots of different labs and buildings and rooms within it. As you approach, you see a man who looks to be probably in his early 50s. He's got a small cane, wearing a black suit with a academic robe over it that has all the ribbons and everything like that. And he has his cane, not looking to be like he's using the cane out of old age, but probably from a wound to the leg is kind of what it seems like as he kind of makes his way out towards you. A man that, while none of you actually remember the meeting with him, how do I explain this? it's like meeting a man that you like watched a video of is kind of how it is. Like you know of him, but you don't actually like when you think of the memories that you have of him, it almost feels like you're watching it from a third person perspective, not of Edward, you've met this man before, even though technically you have.
I would imagine it's kind of like running into in public a popular meme, like a viral meme, and you see that person and you're like, that's that person.
I know you, but yeah, exactly.
You're the like happy crimin.
Wait, you saying you like yodeled in Walmart? It's like that kind. It's like that kind of thing.
It is a pleasure to meet all of you once again. Aside from you, and he goes to stick his hand out to you, Renaya. Before one of the guards immediately takes a step forward to put himself between Renaya and him. Yeah.
Just tackles the guy.
I see. You have the skin disease. Is that correct?
Please touch, yeah.
I see.
The
But,
cheese touch.
guards, thank you very much for your assistance. You are free to go. I will take it from here. At which point they all give a slight bow before clicking their heels and turning, and then remounting the floor and gliding their way back down. At which point it is just the four of you and Atelier. So, like I said, it's a pleasure to make my acquaintance to all of you once again. Also, I realized I only described his like body, not his face. The man's eyes are up here. He has a well-worn face with a scraggly salt and pepper beard. It looks like he never was really able to grow something really full. It's very patchy and scraggly, but still kind of long and wispy in different places. And then it comes down to a really disgusting like goatee that kind of hangs off. Like, oh wait, no, I'm thinking of like a Fu Manchu, like a really short, kind of scraggly Fu Manchu that hangs off his chin. And then his eyes are probably like I would describe them the color of like a tan leather, not like a very, very light brown, not like a dark brown, but a very, very light brown, kind of a golden brown. They look to have quite a bit of wisdom in them, quite a bit of years of experience, probably more so than the rest of his features would give off. He looks like a man, like I said, in his early to mid 50s, but his eyes make him look as if he's hundreds of years old, or at least you kind of get that vibe. And then he has a nice little bald spot on top with a thin little bit of hair that comes around the sides and the back. But all that being said, actually you wouldn't see that because he has a little hat that kind of like a classic wizard hat that kind of comes up and then like folds off the side, almost like a Santa Claus hat, kind of something like that.
So, yes,
it is a pleasure to finally truly make your acquaintance. Not that you actually remember me, I'm sure, from the Vaults of Avarice. And you, Renaya, are very famous, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well.
I wish it wasn't on these terms, but it is nice to meet you as well.
I agree. So, let's just head into our workshop where things are a little more private and there are less prying eyes. Yes?
I look around this
Yes.
floating island.
Lead you through the campus of Aaron, say it again. The what was
The
it called?
Atelier.
Atelier.
That is the
Oh,
most
that's you.
English pronounced French word I have ever said.
I don't know. Atelier is probably the most,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just wrong.
Isn't that the name of that candle?
What was that?
Nothing. I thought it was funny.
Very
I
nice.
don't like you.
You guys make your way up through a number of different labs and experimentations. You also see that there's a number of like walls that have massive holes in them, like they've been blown through and blown up. As you make your way through, there's alchemy rooms, there's artifice rooms, there's rooms with teleportation circles, there's rooms that you don't even know what they do. Before he eventually leads you up to almost like it's kind of like the penthouse. Instead of it being a floor that's broken up into like 30 laboratories, it's one massive floor that he has all to himself. That's all interconnected. So you see he has several different projects all going on all over the place.
Very open concepts.
Exactly. He also has a number of different little floating lights all around. You see he has big diagrams of different situations. He has a big diagram of the cosmic wheel on one side. He has a big diagram of the most popular interpretation of the weave and what that would like physically look like, or what it could be visually interpreted as, on one side, with all the different components of it labeled. He has like several different workbenches with different projects on them. But with you guys finally getting to meet Adelar Crave, we're gonna go ahead and hop onto our break. We'll be back in just like 10 or 15 minutes to explore the rest of his workshop, to get to know him, see if he can help you guys out, and to hopefully eventually get you guys into the city of Sickle. So we'll be right back.
Finally.
This is what we're here for.
All right, we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Grant's cameo of Serial, as per usual, is a welcome sight. But yeah, you guys find yourselves in the workshop of Atelier Crave. Once again, the High Mage of Wisteria Vale. Kind of an older gentleman, made to early 50s, walks around with a little cane from probably some sort of injury to his leg. As you guys arrive in his workshop, he does you come. Did you acquire what I asked of you?
Yes.
You have no clue what it took, but we made it.
Fantastic. Yes, the vaults of avarice are a very tricky business. Some of my finest work. But yes, come. And he goes over to one of the walls and he pulls open a little vault, which you see has a number of little trinkets in it. A lot of audronite is in it. Don't touch the audronite. Each one of them in its own little vial as well. But you can place the items in here. Boop.
Done.
I don't know who has them, but
As you place them, I think it was you.
I mean, it would have
and-
been.
I
I mean,
call
Edward and yeah, Avonthi were the people who found them.
Edward puts it in without touching the Aldronite.
Perfect. As you do, he Adelar does take them and inspect them to make sure that they are what he's looking for before setting them down. Perfect. You guys.
How terrible would it be if he was like, "This isn't gonna cut it. This
This is
isn't
not what I
enough."
asked.
So, hey guys, I hate to tell you, this isn't enough. You need.
This is
more.
not Vistrusium. This is a
Ah,
Vistrusium.
this is the medium Vistrusium
This is
cage. I needed the
it's called
large
it's
Vistrusium
called
cage.
Fool's Vistrusium. It looks very similar to it,
Vistrusium.
but actually has the opposite properties.
Yes, it's super weak compared to being the strongest metal.
And it doesn't look cool.
You're right. Fantastic. Now, as for you, and he points to you, Renaya, what exactly is your skin condition?
Not really skin condition.
Well, that's probably a good thing because I'm not very
yeah.
medical.
Right. Not that. More of like a curse from an item, kind of.
Fantastic. I'm much better.
But not.
It's like a
as
very
simple as
very
that.
strong
Like
curse.
really old magic item. Like old.
All
Like
right.
origin magic old.
Like
Question: did we
Nice.
bring Vex or Lex with us?
yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay. And can I see the source of this?
No.
We're
Well,
not
you can look
really-
with your
Okay.
eyes. You can
Come
look
on,
with your
yes.
eyes.
I'll hold it.
No touching.
Do not touch me.
Right. It's another. I'm going to approach you. Please don't touch me.
I won't touch you.
You don't move.
don't
I
touch
don't
me.
move. We're all good.
Okay.
Okay. And he approaches, getting
Edward
slightly
gives him a
more
little push.
than he.
No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Than you
Now
probably
you're
like,
stuck with us.
only being 2 or 3 feet away from you. But he pulls out some glasses. All right. Little rather Vistrusium with a little ring around it. The inscription says Lex. Am I correct? I see.
I've heard something like this before, so we kind of know what we're in for. The problem is, again, we know I can't touch anybody, and that is going to be a problem going forward.
Why can you not touch anybody? What is the nature of this curse?
So, I'm kind of magically bound to this item, but I kind of have to compete for it. So whoever I touch next is going to get magically bound with me, and then one of us, as far as we know, the only way to fix it is one of us has to kill the other one. And then you get the curse removed and you have the access to the magic item.
I see. And you, Master Tripovitz. Yes, that's you.
Yes.
Yes. You said this magic is origin-esque in nature, perhaps pre the weave.
Yes, as hard as it is to believe, it is very old magic. Like beyond very old, it's wicked old.
Magic like that is hard to undo. It is hard to cover up. I fear that my capabilities would not be able to permanently remove this curse, but there is potential for a temporary blocking of it, I think. I have a concept that if we can create a situation in which the item thinks that it has bound itself to another creature or something without actually doing it, that might suppress some of the effects. Give me 1 second. And he waddles his way over to what looks like a massive chalkboard, and he starts sketching some arcane equations on the board before sitting back and looking at it, taking a little eraser, getting rid of half of it, rewriting some of it. Abinthy, you follow it for the most part. You're like, okay, I kind of see what he's doing. I'll have the rest. Well, actually, everybody roll an Arcana check. I'm just curious. You're all magic people.
I'm a sorcerer. The dice have spoken. I rolled a 2, and so that's a 10.
Okay.
I got a nat 1 for 6.
Ooh.
You're, Renai, go ahead and make a perception check then.
You die.
Leshka's looking and is like, "Oh, I know what that number is."
That one's a 19.
Okay. I'll come back to you in a second then, Renaya. Edward, what you get on your Arcana?
27.
Nice. And
Not
Adam,
nat 20.
I am also at a 27.
beautiful. Yeah.
Let's
go! You guys follow along, like I said, pretty well. It's not quite perfect. There's still every once in a while you're like, I don't quite know what exactly that means. And then probably by the time that you are starting to figure it out, he's erased that part of the equation anyway.
We're actually talking about it with one another, like just muttering things as
Academic equals.
bros might watch a football game and commentate as it happens. That's what's
Yeah.
happening here.
After a little while, he does kind of sit back for a little bit longer before slowly nodding his head as he kind of starts to admire his own work. Well, that's been going on. Renaya, you started to follow it, and you're like, I deal with, like, yes, I do the Arcana thing, but I'm really more of a religious magic type person, so, I'm just not even gonna try.
They can. He's got it.
You begin looking around. As you do, you just kind of look around at a lot of the different items in here. You see a lot of similar instruments to that within the Scholar's Guide. Things that some of them you've come to become familiar with as ways of like infusing Audronite with, infusing Audronite with magics. Some of them being ways of properly inscribing scrolls to be, like inscribing spells on the magic scrolls, different stuff like that. You also see a number of instruments that you're not very familiar with. You notice that there are a lot of different plans for different projects all over. You see that there is some plans for what you think the reason for the Vestrusium is, as he's trying to create that basically the engine, quote unquote, the arcane engine that holds afloat these islands, as they are wanting to build an expansion to the building that you guys are currently in. And so you see some of the plans for that, the use of the Audronite with the Vestrusium, stuff like that. You see plans for what looks to be kind of like, you can't tell if it's a lantern or if it's like a small bird cage. You're not really quite sure. Also looks to be made of some detailed Vestrusium, kind of an interesting little side project to it. You see a system. It's kind of interesting. It's more along the track of artifice rather than Arcana, but you see a concept sketch for a way of spreading out the effects of a spell via cables, whereas like you could use something like the light cantrip or like dancing lights, and you could extend that along a cable to create a string of lights that can be spread out potentially like across the city. Basically, you see the equivalent of the Einstein, trying to figure out how like a light bulb might work, but in like an Arcana sense. So yeah, you see a number of these different plans all about as he's going through, along with some different fun things. You see like he has a little like a chameleon that like wanders around every once in a while, kind of pads his way across the little things, and he goes and he like shoots a fly out of the sky and sticks back in, as one eye's looking at you and the other eye's looking over this way. You see that he has a jackalope that is in a little enclosure beneath one of the desks. It's got like a little like sawdust for kind of some bedding. It's got a little wheel that it like runs around on. You see that it kind of has like almost like a cat like scratching post, except it uses it to like kind of drag its horns on. So yeah, just a couple different little details that you notice as Adelar's going through his equation. He does finish though, and you guys kind of all watch as he takes a step back. Yes. Worth a shot. I need someone's blood.
Who's?
Not
Edward looks at Abinthy.
Fantastic. Your arm, please. He takes
Can't
it
hear you,
and
Aaron.
The Aaron, we
pulls
can't-
out
Aaron,
a
we can't
needle
hear you.
nose somewhere and just stabs you in before eventually pulling it out. Pressure on that. Good. Good boy.
Aaron,
Still can't hear you,
Aaron, we
Aaron.
can't hear you.
Got it. I was eating chips. I forgot.
Nice.
No, you're good.
Before he
That's
goes,
what Abinthy says.
and he then goes over to like a little petri dish and he squirts the blood into that before grabbing a few different like chemicals, putting a few drops in here, a few drops in there, and you watch as the blood kind of congeals into kind of like a chunk of flesh. Is kind of what it looks like, but it's like a perfectly round ball of flesh. Really
Ooh.
gross. Not a nice thing. There's like it's kind of moist too. It's like a little. It's
Ew,
almost like it's kind of
okay.
sweaty, pretty
You-
porous.
Okay.
Ew,
we don't need to go
what
into
the
depth with this.
heck? Is there
You
hair
made
on
your
it?
point.
There's like a single hair that comes out of it.
Ew, okay. No.
It's like a realistic emoji.
Whoa!
um,
A tooth.
yeah,
Okay.
really gross.
That is so, that
Then
is
picks it up.
so gross.
I apologize for this in advance. Then he just chucks it at you, Renaya,
What the?
Oh!
off of you, and you immediately feel, or you don't feel it. It's not a sensation, but the symbol that is on the inside of your arm that matches the light faint scar that has the single line through it. You see, you have another circular scar that has, I think, 4 or 5 lines through it, if I remember correctly. I think it's 5.
What?
Right next to it, that symbol sears itself on this little ball of flesh as well.
Okay, why did you have to throw it at me? You could have like set it down and I could have walked over and touched it. What? Why did you throw it at me?
It's so much more fun that way.
Dude, I just pictured him taking out a golf club and setting it on the floor and just like rocketing the thing at Renaya.
That was not.
And it lets out a like yelp. It's like,
I believe
One vocal cord.
one singular vocal.
we can't hear that.
You can't hear that?
God.
No.
You watch as this brand sears itself on this ball of flesh before he then goes and scoops it up into a little bag, ties it with a little bow, hands that to you. Right. I believe that should buy you a week.
A week.
Yes.
The perfect amount of time to find Cather.
Was disgusting. I'm still upset you threw it at me.
Could we take
Thank
any
you.
of those to go? Like a dozen? What do you charge?
Perhaps you can condense that arcane equation down into like a flashcard, and like Abinthy can cast a
Post-it note or
spell
something?
next time.
Unfortunately, deceiving ancient magic can only go so far. Eventually, the item, Lex, will realize that this creature is not truly a creature, and they will no longer accept it.
That's
Thanks for
unfortunate.
the gifted sub, Misty Mountain Legends.
Ooh, thanks. So, I don't think that it would work on multiple occasions, but at least to buy you a week to figure out something.
Okay.
Right.
I guess thank you.
Right. Anyway,
I
have a
so
real
question.
quick, I poke Renaya.
You immediately feel this searing sensation. No, I'm just kidding. You poke
I
for
have
What a
question.
ripoff!
Oh, it worked?
we want our money back.
Mr. Crane.
Crave,
Crave.
Sorry.
you've messed up
Crave.
every time.
Gosh darn it. Can you bring people back from the dead?
in what manner?
Preferably
Like
to being alive.
revivify?
Oh, Kenny.
I'm standing
Because
right
yes, I know. That's true. I'm just maybe a better question is, do you know anybody who'd be willing to die and be brought back to life that hasn't died before? Because that'd be easy.
Yeah, maybe someone looking for a thrill or rush. Then maybe they're looking to meet the gods of death every once in a while.
we
here.
need
You
to.
wanting to set me up for some?
We need
for
to.
somebody
We need to
kill.
find a adrenaline
Yes,
junkie.
yes.
Guys
It's
need
like
to do like
about it.
speed dating, but it's for sacrifice.
Yes, it's
I
a
don't-
blind date, but you
I
kill
don't
them
want
at
to
the
do
end.
this.
That's very fair.
Just think about it, right? I mean, I'm fine with carrying around a bag of fleshy. I'm not going to say that. I'm fine with carrying that around, but if the alternative is a willing participant, it might be worth it.
This turns into a rom-com super fast.
Who's a
I do
willing
not know of
participant?
anybody.
Nobody
However, I
willingly
would
wants to do
forewarn.
that.
I think Cather volunteered.
Some people might be into it.
I hate that you just said that. Lydia, can you turn your mic up a little bit? I seem to not be able to hear you at all.
Is it better?
That's
Much-
a lot better.
Okay.
Okay.
I do not know of anybody, but I will forewarn that trying to find loopholes with ancient magic is dangerous business.
I
You
mean,
may
it
or may
worked
not.
last time.
That's fantastic.
Okay,
Um,
so then
That was
if
more-
we're not
that was-
finding a,
yeah.
a loophole, we just gotta find somebody who's okay with just, dying.
That's a
Yeah.
lot more difficult. Perhaps
It's a little
perhaps
trickier. Yeah.
plan like D. You know.
I say that we spend this week, we do our best, we find Katha, and we deal with it best we can.
Right. So
it
on that
alright if we
on
come
that
back?
subject of finding Cather, you said that there is a way that you could help us get to Sickle.
I am aware of potential quote-unquote back alleyways through the actual plane and through some of the other planes. I do believe, as our mutual friend Glacia requested, that I could find a way into Sigurd, even if it was blocked off. Yes.
Let's jump to it, I suppose. Is there anything else? That we
Well,
need to
yes.
do?
If it seems we only have a week, time is of the essence, especially if we're going to a very busy and bustling city, and we don't know how long it's going to take to get in and out.
Oh, and who knows how long it'll take to find Cather. What a mess he's gotten himself into.
Yeah. Give me 1 second to make sure that the amount of restrucium you brought is exactly what I need, or it exceeds. I examined it just to make sure it was restrucium earlier. Let me just give me 1 second to double check that, and then if that is the case, I will bid on that product. He then goes over and he checks his vault once again. Just curious, is there anything you guys want to do while he's checking the vault?
No, not particularly.
I poke everybody because I can now.
we hug the whole city.
Every single person gets a bottle. They line up for miles. Okay. If you guys are going to do anything, he goes over and he.
I touch the flesh ball. I'm just kidding.
You're cursed.
Just,
Yeah, it transfers to
make
you.
Me feel better about
I draw
it.
a face on the flesh ball. With
No, no.
when you draw a little smiley face.
I name it Tilson.
I like it.
Tilson Ball.
Oh, actually, googly eyes. Googly eyes
If-
and a Sharpie mouth.
Oh,
If,
no.
And little shoes.
if Wilson was in a horror movie,
Yeah.
I hate this thing.
I do too.
It's so gross. And we have
That
to
thing
carry
is
it with us.
basically me, all right?
You have to
That
carry
is my
it in
son.
your
I was
pocket.
gonna ask: Is Abinthy missing? Is Abinthy missing a tooth now?
No.
No,
But it is kind of
Abinthy,
equivalent,
Abinthy
like,
loves this thing like a son.
is basically the equivalent of for Avanthy and Edward, as you guys basically follow the gist of the equation. Basically what he
Wait. I'm naming it Benson because it's Abinthy's son,
I will allow it.
Benson.
I will allow it.
basically he figured out a way to artificially copy like both the DNA and like a portion of the soul to make it almost into a living creature without actually doing that. It's
It's
just
the 8th level spell, Minor Clone.
Well,
Yeah,
I was thinking the first level version of just the clone spell.
Yeah.
just enough for it to potentially trick the AI of Lex into thinking, yes, this is a real person. Great, we did it. But in reality, it's not anything. It's kind of like he cut off Tripowitz's toe.
Benson is like
Called-
the equivalent of Pluto, where it's not technically a planet, but everybody says it's a planet.
Yeah, and after that week passes, everyone's going to be really upset when they no longer consider it a real person.
Right.
Does it bounce?
No.
Please don't
I
try.
don't want to bounce, Benson.
It kind of acts like clay or like
Ew!
flesh
It just
It's kinda like-
floats.
and sticks. Maybe rolls a little bit.
Who's up for a game of croquet?
Oh dear. Not that, but perhaps when we have a chance, maybe we could play some dragon chess. Edward, I hear you are really big into dragon chess.
Yes, I've gotten better. Whoa.
He says
He
as he
looks
has
at the ball. Abinthy, can you feel this? He's poking the ball.
Stop, leave Benson alone.
Apathy is literally just sitting there like,
I can't get enough of this. Look, Abinthy, I'm kissing you.
you get the one hair stuck between your teeth and it's like flies around your
It's like hanging there.
Adela, how are we doing? Adela? Mr.
Said that
Crave?
we're here.
Oh god.
Yes. As he's come over, he has the two pieces, along with a couple other things, and he's put them. He sets them down as they kind of spread out before grabbing a scale and doing some weights and different things, kind of getting the volume of the pieces, seeing how much they're actually going to melt down to, blah blah blah. You also see he brings out his own set of very very small Vistrusium tools, raw Vistrusium tools. Not anything close to the grandeur of the Alistar dwarves that you guys saw, or really anything that's going to allow him to do a lot of forging, but enough to do. It's kind of like almost like jewelry type tools rather than like hardcore blacksmithing. Is kind of the gist.
It's a
that you
single
get.
Allen wrench.
Yes, one Allen wrench to undo all the bolts. He begins weighing it out before eventually he comes to a few calculations that he's satisfied with. Yes, I believe this should be enough for our requirements. So ideally satisfactory. So to get to Sigurd, with it being locked off, as you all know, you're going to have to go through the back alleys of the planar wheel. Doing so is weird. Gravity shifts, mindsets grow and change. The power of your will is affected, so on and so forth. But hopefully you should be able to get through rather quickly. Why don't you all stay here for just a second? As he then goes over, he does have a teleportation circle in this workshop. So he goes over to it, and you watch as he. It's kind of interesting. He goes over, and he takes out some paper, takes out a little powder, sprinkles the powder on the paper, takes a brush and brushes the paper, almost like you're like flouring a workbench when you're gonna like knead dough and stuff like that. He does that on like this piece of paper, and he lays that paper down over. He has like 2 or 3 of these pieces of paper, and he lays that down over different sections of this teleportation circle before taking the brush and wiping it over that, which then allows him to peel the paper up, and the runes stay on the piece of paper but come off the floor as a way of allowing him to edit this teleportation circle. And then carefully goes over and he lays each of the sheets down gently on top of one another so as to not disturb the runes before going in and grabbing some of the components needed to create teleportation circles. And he goes in and he begins adjusting the runes and filling in different gaps and spaces until after probably about an hour or so, he has a completed teleportation circle. One last time, over the course of this hour, anything you guys do?
I
No,
don't
I'm
mean to
good.
say it, but everyone think real hard because this is the second time that DJ's asked it. So either one of us told DJ, hey, I want a chance to be able to do something, or he's just giving us a lot of opportunities. So everyone think real hard. I think I'm clear.
I got nothing.
Are we
You
good?
too?
I
You
do
too?
have one thing I would like to do.
Cry.
There it is.
I walk up to Apathy.
And you punt
Yep.
the flesh ball.
There's kicking and
I
ramming in the
just-
corner.
I just very quietly approach just from behind, and I just stab him in the back.
Done.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. See, this is interesting.
But little did you
here.
know the ball of flesh dies too. Suddenly Renai is recursed and it's your fault.
No, not the curse. When Benson dies, Abinthy dies.
Yes.
If you die in the game, you die in real life.
I have a week to live, basically.
Is there anything real that you guys do?
That'd be a good side effect.
No.
All right,
Renai?
we're done. 1 hour passes.
Great.
Wow, that hour
Here we
passed.
go.
It just flew by. It was like seconds.
How many episodes has it taken us to get to this point, to get Sigil?
6.
It is the 6th episode.
Yes. You guys go over as Adelar calls you over. Come.
Yes.
You guys approach. This should get you through Sigil, or to Sigil, excuse me, through a few of the different passages. All you have to do is survive, basically. It's going to be a rather weird sensation. You'll see lots of different things, probably lots of different creatures. Your mind will warp and change. It will not be an overly pleasant experience, in my humble opinion. Are you all agree with this? Prepared?
There's not a
Yes.
waiver, is there?
No, but for my sake of my soul, I just want consent from each of you.
Yeah, sounds
I
good to
mean,
me.
it's
I mean,
probably
this
not
it sounds
worse
like
than what
par
we've
for the
been through.
course, really.
Renaya,
Oh yeah, I've been through much worse. No worries.
beautiful. My conscience is clear. So,
What happens if we run into the weird waiting room with the little robot doodads?
oh,
Will that happen?
you should skip that.
Okay, good.
If not, then you're kind of screwed. Let me know. He then finishes the circle, which allows for the little shimmer to appear as you wish.
Turn it on. I just go through. I'm not waiting
Yeah, I'm
anymore.
going.
Been here for like an hour and a half.
All right, I guess this is it, Leshka.
As the Leshka and Edwards go through, Leshka will just give a slight salute, like wave thing to Adlar, and as he just floop.
And like Indiana Jones grabbing a hat before the door closes, as Edward jumps into the portal, he grabs Benson.
I have to carry Benson
I
with
know.
me.
I
It's
just
rude.
thought it would be. I thought it'd be a funny.
It wasn't.
I thought it'd be funny. Oh,
No.
okay. I'm
Leave
sorry.
Benson alone.
I'll leave him. It's your toy.
I love the fact that
Don't refer to
has
it.
be-
like that. Please.
I love the fact that Renaya has become semi-possessive of him already, of it, whatever it
I'm
is.
not possessive of it. I'm
They're
just,
like
I'm more. I don't want
parents.
them interacting with it anymore.
Renaya and Abinthy are like parents to this little guy.
Nope, don't say that.
No.
No.
Got a bit of
That
both
is-
of them.
No.
Little
Shut up, we're in a
Renaya's cursed,
portal.
Little
This is
Abinthy.
why I have Benson and not you.
It's got a birthmark.
Apathy agrees.
You guys
Go through the portal.
go. As you do, you're sent on the biggest trip of your lives.
Fly through the stars.
Buy candy bars.
It starts out fairly normal, where you feel as if you're on the astral plane, floating, unaware, before the colors begin to shift and change and become iridescent, and you have the dark blue landscape of the astral plane changes to greens and yellows and violets and all these neon colors, and it begins to all blend and swirl together as you begin to flip forward over yourself as you cartwheel forward and faster and faster and faster into this ever tightening tightening spiral of colors before you find yourself falling through the ages, is what it seems like. You fall through and you hit what almost feels like a pane of glass that shatters around you. And then you fall through a new scene. As you fall through this scene, it is this rocky landscape you see with these Cthulhian-esque creatures, tentacles coming out of their mouths, loud crashing waves all around, big bug-like eyes. You hit the ground again, and it shatters like glass once again. And you find yourself falling through what seems to be like the plane of fire, as you're immediately scalded and scorched, and your skin peels off, and you suddenly melt until you're nothing but muscle and bone and ligaments. You hit the glass again and shatter, and suddenly you're all okay. But you're through this winter icy wasteland as a blizzard flies around you. Through the blizzard, you're getting speckled with the snow, and you quickly realize that the snow is not snow, but ash from a volcano off in the distance. It just doesn't make sense. You hit the ground again, and it shatters around you. And you do that for what seems like forever.
Oh gosh.
As your mind melts. It's great, it's like a Sunday afternoon for Triple X.
Welcome to Doctor Strange, the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like Monsters Inc. if it was a horror movie.
So Monsters Inc.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's a movie
Okay.
about horror. This Monsters Inc. is. Did you see that lady behind the counter? The paperwork lady.
Always watching.
Yeah, I almost referred to her earlier with the paperwork thing, but I'm glad I got to fit it in here. Thank you. Continue with your
You're
terrifying
welcome.
portal montage.
Terrifying portal montage. You shatter through portal after portal.
Oh, filler
and-
words.
Sorry. Before eventually you find yourselves all on a bench.
A what?
A bench. You're just sitting there. The four of you all lined. You looked at yourself and you see that you're in a very tightly crowded city of millions and millions of little buildings, each with a single door that lead to and from anywhere and anything, and tight alleyways that tuck between each one. No main roads ever throughout the city, but all these little alleyways that tuck between all these little buildings, little benches, little crates. And you are just sitting there on the bench, leaning against one of these buildings, drool ever so slightly pooling out of your mouths as your minds lull. Eventually, the weight of your head falls, and you catch yourself as you wake up almost from a nap. And you all find yourselves in the city of Sleep.
We all
I
wake
think
up
I'm
and we're
gonna
all
be
just
sick.
screaming for 30 seconds. Ah!
There's a couple people that we walk by. It's like, what's wrong with those guys?
And they're like, no, back alleys.
As you kind of got to, you do see this pirate-esque clad Gith Sarai
thought you were gonna
walk
say just
past.
Cather.
You see his yellow skin with a lot of his different colorations, his bald head with little straggles of hair, kind of his maw-like mouth, flatter nose, pointy ears. We love Gith. You see,
What is this thing?
It's a Githzerai.
What is
They
that?
It's
are
a race of people.
yeah.
Oh,
They don't really have like a nose. It's kind of like a
It's
really
what he
stubbed up
described.
nose. Pointy ears.
It's,
kind
it's
of,
like yellow Voldemort mixed with an elf.
yeah.
okay, gotcha.
And
I just never heard of that before.
They're usually space monks and space pirates.
Hence the term pirates that he used
The
earlier.
Githzerai are the
Monk ones.
are the monk ones, and then the Gith Yankee are the space pirates.
Yeah. Pretty
From
rad.
the north.
Yeah.
look like that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
They live
Nice.
both in the astral sea and in limbo,
Yeah.
where
Nerd.
they have formed limbo to their will
Nerd alert.
'Cause they're
Am
just-
I right?
because they're that cool.
Okay, enough about this Gith guy. What's happening?
You guys are drool. You're drowning in
Oh
drool.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just in.
There's like a puddle in your laps.
Would someone like to message Cather so that way we can form a meetup point?
Can I please?
Real
Please,
quick,
Drew, back off.
real
Let me
quick.
talk to Cather.
Leshka will cast prestidigitation on everyone to kind of clean them up a little bit. You know, like Edward's
like
got
a
a crazy cowlick going on. You know, he fixes that real quick.
Edward immediately throws up on himself after you cast it.
He casts
So
it
then
again to clean you up.
I
all
also
over
throw
again.
up on Edward.
I throw up on Abinthy and then on Benson.
Oh! All of a sudden, it's really hard to find Benson in the chunks.
Oh
No.
my God.
Anyway, it's a
Okay.
casting message, right?
How did this somehow get worse?
The
We're
sending
here
spell.
now.
The sending spell.
The
Yes.
sending one, that's the one.
Message is on like 120 feet, and you have
Yeah,
to like
we don't
kind of
like
you have to like point
We
in a
don't like
direction.
that spell.
You have to like point in a direction, and they have to be like within 120 feet of that
Yeah, that
direction.
was garbage.
So
A stranger walks by, throws up on Edward.
Says the chat.
All right,
Let's
I'm
just have to say hello.
casting sending to Cather. Hi, Cather. We're here. Really sucks to get here. I have a Benson now. Where are you?
What, 8 more?
You've got like 8 if you want.
yeah. Eight,
Or-
like,
but it's
you
fine
have
to be
8 more
done.
words if you. Or if you
Remember,
want,
up to you.
use your words wisely.
3.
yeah,
three
three more.
more.
3 more words.
Okay, bye, buddy.
Wait, bye, buddy. Nice.
Goodbye, buddy. So, Cather, here's what you know. You have no clue where you are.
Cather.
This citadel has no navigation. There's no main places to it that you've found so far.
There's no like
there's a
this is
million
where you are
doors.
map like at the theme park.
Like out of the mall.
Yeah, there's like the mall map where it's like you are here, but then there's no defining buildings or anything like that.
Congratulations, you exist in this current spot.
Yeah, you're not really sure where you are,
Okay.
but you
Am
know
I
you're here.
am I inside a building or am I outside?
Sure.
Sure to which
It doesn't
one?
matter where you want to be.
I would prefer to be outside because then I can at least describe the buildings around me.
All the buildings look the exact same.
The exact same. Lovely.
Sigil looks like a desert village in Minecraft.
That's very unfortunate.
I can vouch. It does.
Is it like a
They're
lot
closer
of
together.
is it very flat or is it like tall?
It's like, I picture there's like a mound that it's built off of. So you can go up and down and over and under and all these different hills. And there's some places that are they have like basements that are dug into them, and some that are kind of taller and some that are short. But they're all the same style. They're all the same materials. They're all the same roofing. Everything's the same. It's really, really hard to tell the difference. Really easy to get turned around and lost.
Is there a
That is a
highest
lot like a
point?
village.
Yes.
There is a highest point.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good
That's
thinking.
perfect. That's the kind of thing I would be looking for.
I would like to be there.
Well, shoot. I have to talk in Catherine now, not Leshka. Okay.
Oh, hoity-toity, I'm waiting for you at the highest point.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Oh my, you guys are the worst.
Got him.
Become a robot, Drew. Channel the robot.
It's not a robot, no.
Lydia.
Right. I'm not sure entirely where I am. Everything looks about the same. I think I see a tall hill not too
4
far
more.
away. Go there.
Wait.
Close enough.
All right, we're going
I
to
think-
the tallest hill.
Okay.
That's where Cather said to go.
Look for the highest point.
Okay, make an investigation check or perception.
I will help.
I will also assist. So
Hey,
Lydia and
Lydia,
Abinthy.
You with the good perception.
Yes? Would you like me?
I say, Renaya,
Yes.
what do your elven eyes see?
Oh, right. Let me see. Where's it at? That is a 25.
Okay, thank God, 'cause I'm operating on a 9.
You begin looking around, and it's not all that hard. You see that as this alleyway is, there's one side that's lower and one side that's higher. You look up towards the higher side, and it just keeps going. You can't really see where it goes to, But you imagine that if you go up,
If we go
you're
up, we can
climbing
see
right.
more up.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going up.
Upwards.
Onward.
Someone's gonna have to lead
Oh,
me. I just feel
also-
out of it.
Can I send pockets up into the air to get us like?
Just chucks him in the air over and over.
No, he can.
Woo!
He
Yeah,
can turn into a
pockets.
little.
Yeah, but it's way
Oh,
more
yeah,
fun if
yeah.
you toss him like a baby.
Like
I
that
already
scene
have
in
Benson.
Shrek.
I'll toss Benson.
I already have Benson. I already have my child.
Benson, I choose you. Throws him in the
It's
sky.
a like, thing. It's like a Bakugan.
squishes.
You guys remember what that is?
You roll it, it expands into a tiny Abinthy.
An eye sprouts from it, and Abinthy can see the world.
It's evolving.
It grows a leg.
Every
and
day
it
it's
just
gonna
scoots.
slightly. It's gonna grow. Even after a week, you guys are just gonna have a mini
The true
Abinthy
curse.
that's
I will
around.
have to kill Benson.
You just hear come from her pocket, and you're like,
Okay,
Benson.
so we're climbing. I'm sending pockets up to see
Alright,
if he can
Go
see
make a
any
perception check.
more.
Pockets, please.
Okay.
Benson is the single worst thing to ever happen on this show.
I think it might be.
wait. How does this work?
Definitely the most
Anybody
like
remember?
cursed
Yes, for sure.
Do I use pockets perception or my perception?
pockets perception.
Okay, give me a sec.
So, guys, check us out on Thursdays for Table Scraps. Join Aaron and possibly myself or others as we talk about the night's episode and discuss all the things that happened and will happen and might not happen.
First episode of Between the Rows, which will be streaming Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time as well.
That's right. Season 3 of Between the Rows. If you haven't watched season 1 or 2, go and do that.
12.
Okay. You chuck pockets into the air. He flaps his way up a little bit, gets the bird's eye view. It's really interesting. So Sigil seems to float in empty space. Is kind of the gist that you get, and it really is just like kind of a mount of this like kind of limestone-esque material that the entire city, the entire mound is covered in all these little buildings. And there's no real like central figures to it, no real central features to it. It's just a city of doors, a city of small buildings and doors. You can see, however, that towards the top of the mound, there is a little ring, and there are 4 kind of roads that go off of that ring down the sides of the mound that kind of act as your cardinal roads. They're basically the only landmarks that you have. Along those landmarks, along those roads, you can see hundreds, if not maybe thousands, of little Modrons patrolling the streets. All with little spears, the little mechanical wings and joints and faces and everything like that. Some of them are mono drones, some of them are duo drones, all the way up to whatever the freaking like quadrodomes or whatever they're called. Along with
Domadilladome.
the Dumadildomes. Exactly. But you see tons of these Modrons that are around, and basically what they're doing is they are keeping people to the side streets, to the alleys, preventing anybody from coming in and out of the main streets. You then also see these kind of Zamboni-esque creatures. So you know a Zamboni, where it's kind of that type of thing.
Yeah.
Picture a Modron, that's a Zamboni. You see,
Done.
or kind of like, yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
thinking of Nunu from Teletubbies.
Oh, no.
I don't know who Nunu is, but it's I
No,
picture
that's dead on, actually. That is dead
the
on.
Modron. Then yeah, you get it. I'm excited to be shown this.
I'm getting
Send it in Snapchat or Discord. Send it in Discord because that is so accurate.
Oh, no.
I did not know what it was until I looked it up. It's like a big boxy little machine with a seat in the back. That,
It's
like,
just like a hand
does
carry
ice stuff.
vacuum with googly eyes.
Oh, it's the vacuum cleaner. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Why Teletubbies? Why would you do that?
Teletubbies was freaky, man.
Okay,
It
so we
was.
need a Benson emote. We need a Zamboni looking creature emote. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
but
it.
it's a little more
Lydia's
Modron.
showing it right now. For the podcast, It's like an elephant, but picture it's
Look
smaller
up
and has
Nunu
googly eyes,
from
and it's like a
Teletubbies,
barrel
and
of
that's
metal.
what we're encountering.
The
Okay, I know-
Teletubbies
I
sky
know
blue
this is-
pet as well as their housekeeper and guardian.
What is the lore behind this thing?
Bro.
We're not getting into
Nunu?
Teletubbies. No. We're not going down this.
I can go into Nunu lore.
No. We're not going down this rabbit hole.
We'll talk about it on Thursday.
Is
Just read-
Nunu the
And
big
scarred-
bad?
That's all we're gonna say. Moving on, you see the Zamboni-esque creatures sweeping up and down these main streets as they kind of like scan and sniff. It's really interesting having organic machines. That's all I'm gonna say.
Nunus.
See these
They're
creatures going up
everywhere.
and down.
Naughty Nunu.
And then you see
Naughty Nunus.
towards the top of the hill, which is the direction that you're going, or the direction that you're going is towards the top of the hill, is what you see.
Fantastic. We
How
continue.
will we get past all those Nunus?
I hate you. You guys continue to wind your way up the little back alleys. As you do, I'll have everybody make general perception checks for me, real quick.
Okay.
Whoa. Wow, I can't believe that didn't ping off into the distance.
4.
17.
17?
24.
9.
Okay.
And I got
Leshka?
9, so.
I got a 24.
What, Leshka?
4.
4, 9, 24, 17, right?
Ah.
Nice.
Ah.
9.
You guys are going through, and
That's
some of
actually
you are more
no,
experienced
but
than
yeah.
others. But as you're going through, you see a number of different planar creatures. You see a lot of Gith. You see every once in a while you see a Madron that's patrolling the different alleyways. You guys kind of duck and avoid those guys, quickly realizing that they are very much like the police. And you guys do see as they are patrolling that they are forcing people into buildings anytime they see someone outside, kind of forcing them into their homes, quote unquote. You see different elves, you see different humans, you see guys that look like they work somehow on both an oil rig and a ship at the same time, which you quickly realize would be the astral hunters here from Playa Raid. For those of you who don't know what astral hunting is, it's the process of hunting astral dreadnoughts. They have like city-like boats that float to the astral plane until they find an astral dreadnought. It's an extremely dangerous profession. Anyway, you see those type of characters. At one point, you do see an illithid that's patrolling the streets. Very off-putting. Very, very
What's
creepy.
an illithid?
Mind flare.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
They look like oods, right?
Yes, they
Yeah.
do look like. That's a good way of putting it.
Yes.
You're
Or
a doctor.
From
or
Doctor Who,
Davy
yeah.
Jones.
Or
Yeah.
maybe
Ah, yeah, he was an ood, by the way.
nice.
That's never been confirmed.
But it's canon now.
I
The
don't-
dungeon lore.
Canon
Davy
Davy
Jones
Jones was just a mind
can
flare.
pull up an orb that glows when he speaks.
Oh, those things were weird.
Dude, the oods were weird.
That's
The
what
whole
I'm
thing was-
saying.
But yeah, you see a number of these different creatures. Some of them looking to be kind of friendly. Some of them looking like they'd stab you if you talk to them. Some of them not even noticing that you're there. Very kind of interesting. Very like big city-esque, where it's like some people like you and most people don't, and they don't
Yeah,
want you
like,
to talk.
don't make eye contact. Just keep
Yeah.
going. I do my business. You do your
Find your
business.
way.
We don't talk.
As you do, you also notice that many of the buildings have significant damage. It looks like one building has this massive eruption of stone that broke through it. Another was blown up in a ball of fire. One might have been flooded before freezing over and shattering into spikes and broken pieces of ice. Some of them look like they have been completely blown over, like the big bad wolf came in and blew it over. All these different elemental aspects to them that have destroyed many of these buildings. Kind of very quickly realizing that that's probably the result of the attack that was on Seagull.
Now, as we're going through, everything looks elemental in nature. Like there's not anything that.
All of the damage does. Not all the buildings are damaged, but I would say like probably 1 in every 6 to 8 buildings is damaged in one of those 4 elemental ways. You
We
guys
continue up the hill.
beautiful. You continue to make your way up, until eventually you get to the top. It's kind of an interesting feeling. It's very similar to when like time and distance seems to like elongate and expand and then suddenly like snap shut, where you guys seem to be going up forever and ever and ever, and it seems like the hill never gets any shorter and shorter and shorter until all of a sudden you find yourself at the top of the hill. As soon as you stop paying attention to the distance is when you find yourself close to the top of this hill. You sneakily approach the edge of that upper ring where the top of the hill is kind of crowned with that lack of buildings. I need all of you to make stealth checks.
Ah, yes, a great skill of mine. Stealth. Could have
That's a
been
19.
worse.
A 19 for Sir Eddie.
That's a strong 15.
Sir Eddie. 13, 15, oh, 19.
Yep.
How do you do, Drew?
Drew, you're not rolling well today.
I didn't do too hot either.
Okay, see,
Ooh.
Grant, I normally don't roll well, okay? That's why I need insane pluses to my modifiers.
You should get the wonderful viewers to send you dice.
That's true. It works.
Actually, wait, you were
How?
sent dice. We just need to get them to
Yeah.
you.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
true.
yeah, Aaron. I was gonna say, Aaron, you could help in that endeavor.
I'm sorry.
But we
doing
need to
my
know what you
best.
rolled.
8.
5.
5, 8,
So-
What's the average?
19.
If the DC is 15, that's 50%, and that rounds up for the players.
What did you get, Triplewitz?
15.
15?
I got 19.
And you got 19, yeah. You guys begin sneaking your way up. And sneaking's an interesting word for it. Like, some of you are sneaky, and then every once in a while, like, Leshka, like, knocks a bench over, and you're like, Leshka,
How did you knock over a whole bench?
How do you do that? You don't even have a tail.
That's made of
There's
steel.
not even a bench here.
it's bolted
It's
to the
because his
ground.
legs. It's because his legs go backwards. So
Yeah.
when he crouches, they like jut out behind him.
But eventually you manage to sneak your way towards the edge of this ring, not into the ring itself, but towards the edge of this ring where you can look out and about. Drew, roll a stealth check for Cather for me.
Cather!
We know that this
Cather.
is Cather's greatest skill. He's never failed a stealth check.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Well, here, give me a
Everybody,
second. I have to
everybody, calm
pull
down.
up. I have to pull up Cather's
No.
character sheet first. here.
Everybody, calm down.
No.
This is Cather's first check of chapter 2.
Cather!
Ooh.
I mean, is it? Do we know that?
Yes, we do.
Don't dull
mean-
the sparkle.
On the show.
All right. Stealth check. All right.
I want to be stealthy.
Wrong
I
I
series.
want to stealthy.
Why you like this, Grant? Why?
DJ started it.
I'm falling in love.
Nice.
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 Aw.
Falling in love for the first time. This time
I don't suppose
know
DM I would have
it's
advantage for some
real.
reason, would I?
You.
No.
No. Okay.
You're
I
Cather.
figured.
You never would
I
have
figured. I
advantage
figured.
on
No,
this.
okay.
2.
Well, I rolled a natural 1
0.
Oh my god.
for a total of
that?
4.
This
Oh.
can't. Are you lying?
How do you
On the
do
bright side,
that?
it's going to be really
Okay,
easy
but
to
here's
find
the
where
deal.
Cather is.
Here's the deal. I rolled a 5, and the Leshka was more.
Well, I was gonna
But
say,
worse than that.
I just find it amusing that with Leshka, like Cather has a +3 to stealth. Like his stealth isn't horrendous. I just don't roll good.
Hey,
Not
hey,
one,
but
dude.
You break out of it eventually.
Eventually,
You'll
yes.
outgrow it.
You just, yeah, you
You'll
know,
grow out of it.
your character dies, you get some new dice. You
Yeah,
play,
yeah.
You know,
See, oh, here's the thing. We just need to kill Cather again.
but he stays safe.
I'm
this
working
time.
on
Final
it.
time.
It's roller's block, is what they call it.
Yeah.
So, what does that mean?
Cather didn't make it to the hill.
Cather gets imprisoned, and we have to find him.
Cather dies.
I'll be so sad.
I will fight God, and by God I mean DJ.
That's a fight you're going to lose. Nonetheless. You guys all sneak up on the edge of this ring. Before you hear that sounds, it sounds like how do I do this? It sounds like programs speaking, kind of like robotic-esque voices speaking. Something that you recognize as modrons. And you watch as 5 of these what you would know to be pentadromes, which are kind of these. Imagine like a starfish that then has a little like a horizontal starfish. So all of its arms kind of fall over.
Horizontal starfish.
Each of the arms, it has a little face, and then it has 5 legs that show up behind it, from underneath of it.
What?
This was not the time for my brain to space out. I don't know what's happening.
Ah, yes.
Oh, okay.
It looks like
okay.
milkweed.
No.
No.
Sorry, you're just kind of wrong on that one.
I want a side by side of that creature and milkweed in the Discord.
You watch as 5 of these drones have surrounded Cather and are like shoving him and like bullying him into the center of the square. Cather's like, I'm all right, I'm going. Get back up. Give me some space as they like kind of shove him in. What are you guys gonna do?
Question.
You see Cather.
Question.
Fine.
Is Cather being arrested right now?
100%.
Yes.
I have several questions. How far are we away from them?
60 feet.
Oh, 60 feet.
Ooh, 60 feet. That's a
I
good
can mix
number.
up with that.
60 feet's a good
It's
number.
not a big. It's just a city.
I'm going to lean over to Leshka,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just going to say, Leshka, I need you to send a message to Cather and ask him for his consent.
Oh gosh.
Consent on what exactly?
Yes, just dude, we don't have time.
Okay, he casts the message cantrip. Cather, we see you. A compatriot of mine is who has an idea to help you. Is asking for your consent. You can reply to this message.
Drew, what do you say?
Cather, who's currently being arrested, is like, well, hurry up and do it already.
Great. I turn to the rest of the group and I say, all right, we're going to do this and then we're just going to run. I'm going to cast, where is it? Vortex Warp.
Yeah.
I'm going to target a creature within 90 feet of me and I can teleport them within another 90 feet of me.
Wow.
They can choose to fail. It would normally be a con save.
Cather chooses to fail.
Yeah, I just have to, I have to teleport them to a place that they could be supported on. So like I can't teleport them over an empty pit or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to teleport him hopefully to where we are slightly behind like a wall or something.
Uh-huh.
And then we're just going to start running. Or Abinthy's going to. I don't know about everyone else. This is not the first time that Abinthy has run for the cops. All right.
These cops specifically.
Okay.
You guys,
that happened.
yeah. Cather,
It's nice to meet you.
You feel your stomach twist and warp as all of a sudden reality can and you find yourself 90 feet right next to Abinthy as you guys are like kind of like tucked into this little hall. You see Abinthy, who you've met before, very briefly.
Yeah, very brief, for a few minutes.
Yeah, you've literally met him once before. It's like, hi, I'm Abinthy. Hi, I'm Cather. Okay, bye. Then you see Edward, you see Renaya, and you see the familiar face of Leshka, another person who you've met. Well, actually, you know Leshka fairly well by now. So yeah, you see all your friends.
Yeah, lovely.
Then you hear, destroy.
We gotta go! And Renaya's gonna grab Catherine. We're just gonna run.
As these pentadrones, you guys watch as they turn on their sides, and they start like cartwheeling towards you guys.
Question.
Time to
question,
go.
Question, DM. Is it are we running down like one of the main streets at this point?
Are you?
Probably
we
not.
guys?
We should probably
No,
stick to the
stick to
alleys.
the
That's how we
alleys.
got
Okay,
here.
but
Stick to the
okay, so
alleys.
great. Leshka, but they're like following like right behind us.
Yeah.
They're like 60 or so feet behind you at this point, but they are after you.
Leshka
Okay.
sacrifices himself.
Okay, great.
way Drew doesn't have to
Leshka
do
is
two
going
voices.
to, using his staff, cast Wall of Force
That's a good one.
and just kind of block off the pathway that to help them get some more distance.
Okay. Yeah, you block off the pathway. You watch as they immediately turn like on a 90-degree pivot and go out of your sight. You assume down to another alleyway.
Okay, great.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
they
and,
know
and,
this
and
place.
he would extend it as far out as he can to create as
Oh.
much of a detour around as possible.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't care to look into the mechanics. We'll say that it can like wrap over buildings and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. No,
Uh,
it's basically 10 by 10 panels and I get like and I have 10 of those that I can just put in a line and shape as I need to.
Perfect. Nice. Yeah, you guys go running. Go ahead and make either athletics checks or stealth checks, depending on if you're trying to be stealthy or if you're trying to be fast.
I think
Do we all have to agree on which one we're doing, or can all of us do something different?
If
I
you
vote-
choose different things, you're quickly going to get separated.
I
in
think
the
distance.
city-
Distance.
I think distance.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go
Yeah.
speed.
Yeah.
As we're running,
I am speed.
as
I
we're running,
am
Cow.
brightest.
as we're running, Edward will just turn and yell to Cather, "It's good to see you, just like old times, huh?" And then, I rolled a nat 1,
Okay.
so that's a 4 on my athletics.
Okay.
Cather's like, it is just like old times as he's picking you
Well,
up.
I was gonna say
and
it's
dragging
actually.
you.
I was gonna say it's actually perfect because Cather got a natural
just-
20.
Nice.
I just run
So-
into
Yeah.
a pole.
Yeah.
I get
I
out.
got a
Boom.
15.
Nice.
I got a 5.
You guys are going for a little while. What did Leshka
Make a
get?
10.
Leshka got an 8.
Okay. You guys are going. The three of you are going.
And very
And then you
quickly,
go-
Cather is like way ahead.
Yeah, Cather's going. He's grabbed Edward at this point. Renai, you're keeping up. You guys are going. You turn around an alley, and you're like out of the corner of your eyes as you go turn. You see Abinthy and Leshka like 40 feet behind.
This is
Edward
not my
throws
forte.
up on Cather's back. He's still feeling it.
if they DM if they get too far behind, Leshka's just gonna grab Abinthy and just cast Dimension Door.
Yeah. You guys teleport. How far do you go?
Well, if we're
Just a little bit in front of
are we
them.
going just in a straight line?
Well, there's not really straight lines. You're like winding in and around buildings. It's
How
not
do
like
we
there's
get
like
out of
neat
here?
rows. Everything is stacked on top of each other. Everything just
great.
takes up space. So there are no straight lines.
Okay.
You can follow a relatively straight line around the mound,
Okay, great.
or you can kind of wind
Where
your
are
way
we
through.
trying
It's a
to
mix.
go?
Yeah, how do we even get out of here?
Where are we going? How do we leave?
Well-
I am going to look for a convenient. You know those scenes in like action movies where the like cool guy just kind of walks into the crowd and just kind of stands there really nonchalantly. I'm looking for a group that if we were running from the cops, we could stand next to, and they would be like, we're not going to narc.
Mhm.
That we can kind of just blend into normally.
That will be rather difficult as
There's
there's
probably a 7-Eleven. That might work.
Yeah.
barely any people out.
Oh.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
That's better for me than a lot of other things.
I mean, okay, if worse comes
I
to
don't wanna
worse,
use that dice.
we just
Leshka dies again.
if worse
Classic
comes to
Leshka.
worse, we just no. We just get out the same way before, where Leshka is just gonna we have to do it in 2 stages. Leshka's just
Banishment.
gonna banish Renaya and Edward, and then once they're fully banished, he'll banish the cat himself, Abinthy, and Cather.
I like this
I'm
idea,
so excited
actually.
for you to cast Banish and just end up in a jail.
25.
Nice.
That's a
you
natural
guys-
20, by the way.
Nice. Okay, perfect. You guys are running to the streets. After a little while, you're hustling. And all of a sudden, crashing through one of the doors, you see one of these pentagons, pentadrones, that's what they are,
It's
crash
just
into
a geometry.
It's just a geometry. Well, I almost said a pentagram, and that would have been even worse. It
Oh,
just summoned
gosh.
Satan
Maybe it would have been
behind
better. Gross shows up.
Let's go.
this pentadrone crashes through a barrel behind you, kind of recollects itself, all 5 faces like shoot up and lock eyes on you guys before it starts chasing after you. As you guys continue to sprint, few more of these pentadrones begin to recollect with this main one. As this happens, you guys notice that there are like faces in the windows as you're going by. And after a little bit, you like look over at Abinthy, you're like, please. And that's just enough inspiration that one of the doors swings open just as one of the pentadrones is going by, and it just crashes through one of them. At which point, a few people come out and they begin like spearing them and like poking at them.
Yeah, that's right.
Just enough for you to gain some distance again. What's the plan? Where are you guys going? What you trying to do? Here? Are you trying to find a place to hide? Are you trying to place to leave? What's the idea?
Edward pukes on Cather again.
Leaving is the most ideal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does any question? Would Abinthy have any idea? He's studied briefly the like teleportation stuff out of here, like when we were getting teleported and stuff.
That's true. You got a good look at it.
Yeah, like a 30 billion. Do I have any idea what spells that we could like how spells to get us out of here would end up badly, and perhaps how to circumvent the bad part?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check with advantage because of your amazing last roll on this subject.
Okay. It's a good thing
I
that I have
believe in you,
advantage.
Aaron.
Okay.
Did I just
It's
jinx
too late.
us?
It's too late. 29.
Okay. Yeah. Aaron, tell me, what planar travel type spells do you have?
None. The real
Okay.
question is, what planar type spells does Leshka have?
Banishment.
Leshka, what planar type
Edward.
travel spells
Wait.
do you have?
Banishment.
We're a little
Okay.
low level for the good ones. All right.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That's
Yeah,
probably
we
true.
need
So
like
I
3 more
forget-
levels before we get any sort of planar dimension stuff. So
I see. Yes. Okay.
Blink.
Banish a.
yeah,
what's
Cather
also-
has the blink spell.
You just blink into.
That's technically dimension.
Yes. You kind of start thinking, Abinthy, you're like, okay, so
Rain
what we got-
blast.
Okay. We got one of their teleportation circles, and we got the banishment spell. How can I make this work? How can I jerry-rig this? How can I jerry this? And you begin to formulate an equation as you're running, this arcane equation that would jerry-rig the arcane system. But you feel like you might be able to trick a one of the teleportation circles that typically are prevent they're blocked in congruency with the banishment spell blocking you guys all to the material plane because it sends you back to your material plane to maybe kind of trick it into getting the teleportation circle to send you to the material plane. Maybe. You'd need some time though.
I look at the rest of the group. I'm running. Teleportation circle. I'm gonna need time.
Great, love that.
For like 30 years.
Okay, so would Cather's been here for a little while? Would he be familiar enough with the city to know where one of these teleportation circles might be?
Make a history check.
History for Cather. That is a 21.
Okay.
Cather has been here for a long time. We're talking.
Yeah, you've been here
months.
for a couple weeks now, so you've been going through kind of your espionage, spy work type stuff. You've been trying to plot your way out of here, especially once you found out that people were coming for you.
Yeah, of course.
You hear teleportation circle, and you immediately kind of know the general area to go. It's hard to be like, this is the exact spot because it's Sigil, and there are no exact spots in Sigil.
Yeah.
But you kind of feel like you might know where to go.
Okay, great.
Go ahead and make a survival check for me.
I don't suppose I would have advantage because I succeeded on my previous roll.
No.
Okay, great.
Yes, Lydia.
I was
She
like,
went against your-
I would love some help. Just putting it out there from someone like I don't know, like a bardic
Okay.
inspiration.
I'll guide
A,
Oh,
a
I forgot I
guidance.
could do that.
Both. I'll
Could
take
I
both of
bardic
them.
inspiration? I mean, I'm kind of puking on Cather's
Just play your
back
flute.
right now.
That is inspiration in itself.
Cather just yells at. Wait, is this for Leshka?
No, this is for Cather.
Cather just yells at Edward, "Play your flute or wait, that's not his voice. Play your flute or
Oh,
something."
play your flute for me, you pretty little boy. I don't know what Cather says.
He's like, "Okay."
That's a weird statement right there.
It would probably be something more along the lines of, Edward, I could really use some inspirational quote or something right now. Give me one of your haikus or something.
I'll try. Okay, 575, right?
Stop thrusting.
Sorry, that's him bouncing as they run.
Yeah.
I'll stop though.
Because he's carrying them.
Okay, get out of Sigil. Run quickly. It might be done if we don't get out.
Great.
Did you do 2 for quickly? Because quickly is 2 syllables.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It was something.
Yeah, that was 575. That was a haiku.
Nice.
And I
Keep
grant bardic inspiration.
Because if
Nice.
it was one syllable
You
off, it was negative
doubt-
inspiration.
You doubt my haiku skills?
I had a conversation
mean,
today about haiku is like the laziest form of poetry.
It really is. You know, I don't think you're quite Sokka level, but I do respect.
This is your
I'm offended.
That didn't quite land as funnily.
No,
No,
you see, it was a dead
I-
room. Sorry.
I meant to not land it.
I'm just waiting for Drew to roll these dice.
I
Get
know.
some numbers out there.
How long does it take to roll?
26.
Okay. Yeah, you start going and you're like, teleportation circle. Right! And then you immediately turn right. The bullet goes past you and then has to like backtrack and go back.
Breakfast Club scene.
Yeah. You guys begin making your way through the city, going back and forth. Every once in a while, you'll pull into a dead end, and Catherine's like, ah, and it turns around, and you guys go back around. But eventually, you begin making your way down the hill rather quickly. At this point, you can hear that there are hundreds of Modrons that are searching for you now.
Oh my gosh.
You
It's
have
like that
a
scene in Wall-E when they're running in the ship and all the robots know they're there.
We are in an intense situation, Grant. All right. These asthma's acting up.
But
I
you've managed to
digress.
stay ahead of them for at least a little while. You make your way about halfway down the city, and you guys are feeling it. It's a long ways. It's a lot of running. It's not per se like a big city, but you're sprinting at full speed through alleyways, ducking around, all while basically having your heels nipped by living robots. Go ahead and make another athletics check or a constitution saving throw, whichever you think would be better for you.
Oh, I'll take the con.
I'll take the con too.
As a note, because we're with our boy Cather again, you also get a +3 to your save.
Oh, on the bright side, Abinthy is a human, and we are persistence hunters. So I should clearly be very good at this.
What was the other option besides con?
Athletics check.
Athletics.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's another 19.
Nice.
Assuming I get the
13.
+3 from Cather.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be for the athletics check,
If I
only
have
for the
okay,
constitution.
then I get a 16.
I'll use my reaction to make mine into a 20.
Okay.
With a +4 to my save.
Cather got an 18 with an athletics check. Leshka got a 22 or a 23 with the con.
Okay. Renat?
13.
13. Okay. You guys are starting to slow your pace a little bit. You're starting to run off of fumes. Somehow Abinthy gets second wind though.
I'm
You guys are
circulating
going-
the matter through
and-
my body.
And Abinthy starts passing you guys.
Abinthy and
Chinese.
Leshka
God.
both are just like, feel the magic, feel the weave.
Edward has finally begun to start running, feeling better after throwing up a bit.
Abinthy put on roller skates.
Yeah, he used his shift weave.
You guys sprint through. And you manage to stay ahead of them just for a little while. Towards the bottom of the city, there's rings of entrances, quote unquote, to Sigil, outside of the hundreds and hundreds of doors that actually enter to and from Sigil. But these are more like established entrances into Sigil. They're these little platforms that kind of float just off the edge. Probably about, normally they'd float for, I don't think any of you have been to Sigil before. Yeah, I don't think any of you have been to Sigil before.
Nope.
Normally they float like a foot from the edge of this floating mound. Right now they're floating about 10 feet or so away as a way of deterring people from getting to them. Plus there
That's
are
a long
modules
jump.
that float that are lined up. That's what I'm looking for. Lined up along the edge of this floating island that Sigil is made up of. You guys begin to approach. You can see the Modrons. They're not as many as you think is following you. It's probably like, 2, 3, maybe 4 or so duo drones and mono drones that block, quote unquote, block the space between these platforms. And then there's the 10-foot gap. What are you guys going to do?
Are there any Modrons on the 10-foot gap?
Not on the 10-foot gap, nor are there any on the platforms, just on the island in front of the platforms.
Okay. Are we able to get within 30 feet?
Yeah.
How many of them are there?
If you're just jumping to one platform, I'll say there's 4 in front of that.
Okay. I'm going to get within 30 feet of them.
Okay.
And I'm going to unsheath my blade and hand it to Thimble, who's on my backpack, who shoves it into a little case for it.
Yeah.
And as I'm running, I'm gonna have my blade out. And I'm gonna say, "Through the silver strings," and then a little silver line will appear between me and then up to 5 creatures within 30 feet of me. And I'm going to cast Steel Wind Strike.
Oh,
and
nice
I'm
one.
just gonna
I love that spell.
just beat him to death. So I'm gonna make some spell attacks against. You said that there was 4 of them, so I'm gonna make 4 spell attacks.
2 duo drones and 2 mono drones.
Okay, and DM for my mind, because I think I might have missed something to clarify. So we're approaching an edge basically.
Yes.
And then past the edge is a floating little platform that has some of these Modrons on it.
Not on the platform. So along the edge is where the Modron, the duo drones
Okay,
are.
and then there's the gap.
On the platform is like where the teleportation circle is, and that platform is floating about 10 feet off the edge.
Okay.
So you have to jump to it.
Yes, I understand now. Yep. Good.
Yes.
But wait,
I'm trying
so
to
how far
decide
is
on
that
which dice
platform
to roll.
from
Oh
us?
my god.
10 feet.
10 feet from the
Well,
edge.
from where you are
40
currently,
feet.
about 40 feet.
Yeah.
But
40 feet?
10 feet from the edge.
Okay.
And I'm about to break.
So theoretically, right? We're not ruling initiative or anything like that, right?
It depends on if Triple Witch destroys all these in one hit or not.
Okay, let's see what he does.
Yeah, It's
I got a
That
backup.
can roll above a 10.
I got a
Misty
backup.
step
They have
over.
5 and 11 HP respectively. So we'll
I can just
Okay.
Misty step.
So as long as I hit him, what AC am I looking at?
15.
15? Okay. I'm just gonna go for it.
I mean,
Alright,
if
one
worse
hit.
comes to worse, we have ways to deal with these guys fairly quickly.
Second hit. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm barely hitting right now. An exact 15.
You got
Nice.
this, Aventhy.
And then, okay, and that one's like a 25. I deal a whole bunch of damage with this.
Do you deal more than 5 or 11 damage to each?
Okay, I'm gonna roll. Okay, the first one dies. The second one dies. The third one dies. And the fourth one dies. I rolled 60-10 force damage. So if I somehow don't kill them with 60-10
God.
force damage, then we have problems. All right.
I mean, it would be actually impossible to not kill the mono drones, even if you got all natural ones. That's 6 damage.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, you cast your spell, and these bolts of silver string shoot out from your sword, which is named
Spell Piercer.
Spell Piercer, excuse me. Shoot out from
Good
Spell
name.
Piercer, and you watch as these lines of silver thread just like you know how in and never mind, I won't go with the analogy. They pierce through the mono drones and the duo drones, sending them shooting off the platform as they go and they fall into space. You now have an open line to the platform. You still have hundreds of mono drones behind you, and Triple Wits has to get the teleportation circle to work with the banishment spell of Leshka.
I'm going to look at Kath and I say, I don't know you very well. I can't jump 10 feet.
I am gonna Misty step over there, and then I'm gonna try to like help on that end to try to get over.
Leshka will once again cast Dimension Door,
Oh, I forgot you could do that.
and he will take Abinthy.
All right, now just hold them off for like 20 minutes.
So Renaya, Leshka, and Abinthy are on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine, Edward, you guys look and you see the waves of Modrons coming for you, knowing that you now have to hold the line as the rest of them try and get the spell to work.
Eldritch blasting.
Okay, so are they is it like a huge like just wave, or like are they kind of like single file?
It's a wave. There are scattered, so there are some that are like further ahead than others, but it's basically a wave. They're not lining up for you to shoot them with a bolt of lightning.
Okay, I mean that's fair. So
You're muted, Grant.
Edward, you're muted.
So what Cather is going to do to start off with, as they are beginning their approach, is his hand will glow kind of faint bluish white light, and then from the sky, a beam of light will descend as he casts Moonbeam, using his lunar elf magic.
Beautiful. This beam of light pierces down. Everybody has one action before we'll roll initiative.
Well, as he calls upon the moon itself, which we don't know where it is, but somehow it's here in Sigil, and Edward will cast Plant Growth in 150 foot, what is it, radius or something?
It's a big one.
Yeah, 100-foot radius.
Wow.
And so it's overgrown and thick. So any creature moving through it must spend 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves. So
That's pretty good.
everybody is slow.
Yeah, that takes their 30 feet of movement down to 12, something like that.
30 divided by 4, whatever that is. I think it's less than 12.
Well, it's
No,
basically
like
30 divided
7
by
feet.
5.
Why would it be 30 divided by 5?
Well, because for every 1 foot, it takes 4 feet to travel 1 foot, so that's.
Yeah, 4
So you divide
times
by
the
4.
normal amount. So you divide by 4.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, okay, yeah, I suppose.
Math.
But yeah, it'd be like 7.
Yeah, something like that.
Like 7.25 feet per turn.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you watch as this wave, Kathy, you bring this moonbeam down, and then Edward, you rip your hands into the ground and pull up these vines that kind of like whip up and erupt all around, creating this massive layer of vines that they now have to like tangle themselves through. The wave slows down quite a bit. That helped. Both of those helped out. As they enter into the moonbeam, they basically like eviscerate, and then they hardly even can get to it. Yes, Catherine. Or Leshka.
Is Lesh? I was going to ask if Leshka could also do a thing.
That depends. Does Leshka want to help with the teleportation?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask, can he cast one thing and then help with the teleportation circle? No, he can't.
No, it's okay. I'll help. I also have pockets too. So you do whatever you want to do. I can help with the circle.
Does Leshka's banishment spell have to be Leshka specific?
Yes.
I think that's the issue.
All three of you can help out with the spell, but you are kind of in a pinch because you need Leshka's banishment spell.
Right. Well, because what he was
fine.
going to do he was going to put up another wall of force, kind of as a barrier between Cather and Edward, and to help buy us more time.
We need that.
Whatever you want to do is totally fine. If you want to use the spell slot on that, go for it.
Great.
I was going to do something similar. I'm going to, in the midst of the tangle of vines from plant growth, I'm going to use transmute rock which is not concentration. It's just lasts until dispelled. In a 40-foot cube, all of the stone within that 40-foot cube just becomes mud, and their movement is reduced. For every 1 foot, it requires another 4 foot of movement. So just as they're making their way through, some of them will just plummet 40 feet down in the mud.
Yes.
And in the words of Filthy Frank, Abinthy's just going to go, "Welcome to the rice fields." And then they're just going to have to crawl through mud and vines to get to us. And then I'm going to get to work on the stuff once we actually get into combat.
Okay.
The goal
Lydia,
is that they're going to have to be climbing out of the mud, and Catherine can kind of just like poke them with a stick as they get out of there.
So we have the moonbeam, we have the plant growth, we have the fact that they're running through mud, and then we have the wall of force, correct?
Yeah, we got stuff.
Yes.
Renaya,
Yeah,
you got
Yeah,
everything?
we got
Would
stuff.
you like to add to that impenetrable fortress that your friends have created between you?
Nah.
Nice. Nice. You guys watch as these like crawl to a halt. Any creature that is coming towards you either is moving at minuscule pace, is immediately eviscerated. Some of them can fly, at which point they go up and they get like flies in like one of those like zappers around lights. They just get zapped by the wall of force. You guys got some good time. I'll say you guys have bought, I don't know, 10 rounds, maybe probably a minute. So yeah,
Fantastic.
you guys get to work.
Is that enough time?
It's hard to know.
We'll
Find
find
out.
out.
You guys get to work trying to jerry-rig this spell. While Cather and Edward, any one of the very few Modrons that get through immediately get sliced and diced by Cather and Edward. You guys all turn to this teleportation circle. I'll have all of you make Arcana checks, individual Arcana checks. Not you, Edward.
Oh yeah.
I was going to clarify.
Sorry, I
all
didn't
is
specify.
in
heard.
Leshka, Abinthy, and
Sorry,
Renaya.
I should have specified. I'm
And
sorry.
Lydia, yeah.
Me too.
Yes, Lydia.
Shout
You're
out to
helping out,
Faye
I
on
believe,
this
right?
one.
Hey, Renaya, have you rolled yet? Did you just roll?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I
I
apologize.
haven't. I'm ready for it.
Okay.
Hit me.
Okay, Aaron. So you've rolled a couple natural 20s. It'd be really nice to do it again right now.
That would be pretty good, right, huh?
He's using his power.
This is a shout out to Faye for this dice roll. If you screw me on this,
Please be
we're
a
gonna
natural
have
20.
words.
Oh my gosh.
That's legitimately a natural one.
On that, thank you.
That's a total
for
of
the,
a 14, but
And on that, thank you for the prime sub killed by Spade.
Nice.
Well,
I
That's
blame you
really
for this.
funny.
hey, at least it's only the first round.
You guys,
Meanwhile, Leshka got a 25.
I got a 23.
You guys are doing
Okay,
great.
that's good. Let's go. How many times can you cast banishment? I'm just curious.
How many times can Leshka cast? Quite a few times.
Okay, great.
He can cast it. If he really wanted to, he could cast it one. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5 times if necessary.
Perfect. Good, because you might need that depending on the rolls. You guys go through, and you're triple hits. You're trying really hard. All of a sudden, your asthma hit. Your second
My
wind's
eyes are
gone.
clouding up.
You're feeling a little woozy, but you're trying to push through.
Carry
You
the
start
two.
adjusting it.
Two.
You're like, all right, hit it. Leshka, you cast banishment the first time. The teleportation circle glows, and immediately Leshka, actually all three of you can tell that it's not right. Something about it, it's like sparking and like glitching, and you have the feeling that if you were to go through this teleportation circle, you'd all be cut into a million pieces.
Nice.
Abinthy realizes that he wrote down a 2 as a 5, and he's like, "Oh, so that's all wrong. Round, do it again. I'm so sorry." God,
Next
take
round,
me.
I'll have you guys go ahead and make another Arcana check for me.
Hey, this one goes out to Handscape.
We love Handscape.
Don't let me down on this one.
Hey, Abinthy, Pockets is gonna help you.
Please. It's-
How is Pockets gonna help in this situation? Not to be a stickler, but
Okay, never
I'm gonna
mind.
be a little
Pockets won't
stickler
help
with it.
you.
I don't
I'm
need
just
it.
curious. Like, if you can come up with a way that Pockets could legitimately be helping, then yeah.
Pockets just goes up. He notices Abernathy's really
He brings
tense,
me an
so
inhaler.
he just kind of helps rub some of the tension out of his shoulders, out of his calves, a little
He's a
bit.
professional masseuse.
you
This is
know.
canonical.
This is true. I'll adjust it a little bit to buy you the help. I'll say he goes up and he actually takes your glasses off and cleans them on your shirt
Oh, yes.
and then puts them back on.
For a moment, I'm
Yeah.
like, ah, they've got me.
Go ahead and roll with advantage, Aaron.
Okay. All right. So now all of us just need to not blow it as a collective group.
Nobody say
I
anything.
want to not blow it.
Okay, that's immediately better. Let's see if we can do better than that. Come on, hand skate. Okay, well, the first one was better. That one will be a 28.
Okay,
14.
Lydia, what was that?
14.
Okay,
17 from me.
That's
Okay,
really good from everybody.
you guys go through, and Abinthy, you're pretty sure that you're getting pretty close. You're like, okay, I think I'm getting the formula figured out. But Renaya, who's putting a lot of power into this to kind of jerry rig it, she gets ever so slightly distracted, which causes Leshka to get ever so slightly distracted, and he misses the timing when he caches his banishment, and it's not quite enough to the point where it doesn't even light up. It doesn't work.
Look at we go. Are we going on 1, 2, 3, go? Are we going on 3?
I think 3, 2, 1, go. Like
Go.
rock
All
paper
in
scissors
go?
shoot.
At this point, you have noticed more of the Modrons are starting to get through a little bit. Some of they're starting to kind of like, enough of them have sacrificed their lives to like cut through.
It's
some
filling up the
vines.
mud pit.
Yeah. So Cather, you're like cutting down one like every second at this point.
Maybe we're just.
His moonbeam is just going back and forth. Because as stated, you guys do notice if one does get close to him, he actually just grabs it and just beats it to the ground. He's yet to unsheath his sword.
I'm going to shout to Edward and say, Edward, support Renaya. Renaya, you support Leshka, and then your little creepy thing has got my back.
Gotcha. Edward has his hand crossbow out, and he's just like.
Clack, clack, clack.
You feeling lucky?
They're
Leshka, you have
flying
guidance.
past him.
Okay,
Alright.
Leshka's got guidance. I'll say Edward's able to give Renaya advantage. Same thing
Yes.
with
Even if it's with I was even just saying bardic inspiration, dog.
Oh.
A thing that you still have.
Is an advantage better?
I mean, it's either way.
I'll take the
you
advantage.
can have one or the other. Okay.
Yeah.
Renaya, you have advantage, and Triplewitz, you also have advantage. Somehow Pockets helps you. I don't know. I want you guys
I
to
mean,
succeed.
somehow
makes
Edward's
sure-
helping me, so.
Edward has an actual feature that we could argue is helping you.
Alrighty. Here we go. Okay.
For
Natural
Oh.
20. Heck yeah, girl.
third time's a charm.
Leshka, how you doing? I don't want to jinx it.
Leshka got a dirty 20.
Okay.
I'm sitting at a dirty 30.
That's pretty good. That's
we
pretty
can't
solid.
20,
lose.
25,
Natural
and
20.
30.
This has
30
to work.
and a
We're
dirty 20.
ruining your plans,
guys-
DM. We're getting back home.
No, this is exactly what I wanted. You guys just all
Okay,
had
good.
to get above a 20. That's all it was. You guys, third time's the charm. You've worked out the kinks.
Yeah,
you figured out the
rock paper
spell,
scissors shoot.
figured out the
we're
panels. You guys all get the timing right. You managed to jerry rig this spell so that it sends you back to the material plane, even though that's extremely not what it's intended to do at the moment. What are you guys gonna do?
Go through the portal.
Work your way backwards. We've got it set up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Cather with his strength of 20, he's just gonna get like 10 feet from the ledge, and he's just gonna do a running long jump and easily make it onto the platform.
Okay, perfect.
Edward dimension doors before Cather makes it to the platform.
Beautiful. Edward, you
You
dimension
land
door.
and catch him.
Yes,
Land.
I do.
Cather-
Around his waist.
In his first true athletic feat since returning to the campaign, he slices down, or he backhands a Modron out of his way, turns, backs up, gets a little bit of a running start, and he jumps. Slow motion as he floats over the sky, lands, rolls, sticks the superhero landing, looks up, his hair flops back, gives a wink to the camera.
Gods, that was hot.
And Edward standing there with a cup of tea, he sips it and says, "Took you
Edward's
long
over-
enough."
Yeah. You guys all jump through the portal.
Bottom of the ocean.
You all
Dang
drown.
it.
Every time.
Not again.
Maz says, "Into the portal and through the woods to the material plane we go."
Cather's
funny.
hot
Chances.
2022.
Yep. Hashtag
So-
Cather is hot.
You guys all find yourselves falling through space once again. Not quite as trippy
Free.
as the yeah, not quite as trippy as the last time. I will need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this supposed to be happening right now?
Oh my god.
Don't forget your
well,
plus
that's
threes.
fair. I just got a nat
If I
one.
said yes, would it make you feel better?
Maybe.
Ooh, how about Huh. This is a Constitution save,
Yeah,
right?
do we get the bonus from Cather?
You do. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
So
that does
then
help. That does
That's a
help.
7, but it was a nat 1.
Well,
Okay. Let's see.
with the added bonus from Cather, that puts
Ooh,
me at a
I'm gonna do something
9.
really funky. I'm happy about this.
I'm at a strong 13.
Okay.
For
Okay.
look at
Come
how
on,
tiny
Leshka
this
and
little
Cather.
D4 is compared to a normal
Wow. It is so tiny.
It could get fully stuck in your foot.
Yeah,
Six.
or
I
your
could- I
throat.
could eat that.
8.
It's so chokeable.
It'd be recommended that you don't eat it though.
Beautiful.
You don't know
10
that. It could be
D4.
candy. 10
What'd you get?
D4?
Cather got an 18. Leshka got a 21.
I'm at
I
a
gotta-
strong 13.
Nat 1 for a total of 7.
Okay.
Edward got a 9.
Okay. So everybody that got above a 15 takes half damage. which
Oh,
is
that's
less.
fine.
Me.
That's okay.
Good job,
Me
Leshka.
and
What
me
about
too.
Cather? Oh, both
Oh,
Cather
Cather
and
did too?
Leshka.
I got.
Wait,
Yeah.
Cather.
Cather got an 18.
Oh, very nice.
What a Chad.
The rest
I
of
hate
you
that
guys
guy.
take full damage.
Oh, no. It's okay.
It's
It
fine.
will-
It's,
it'll
a,
be
it's a
fine.
bunch of D4s. It's fine.
It's only D4s. What's the
4,
most we can get? 40.
8, 12, 16,
How many? Jeez, Louise, that's a lot.
20. Also,
That's a lot of-
the
that's a lot of
mini
fours you
D4 got a 4. That's awesome.
That's a lot of 4s you rolled. Damn.
It might be
20,
small,
what
but
do
it
we
packs a
expect?
punch.
23,
The chat
26,
says this candy's very
27,
crunchy.
28, 29. You take 29 points of force damage.
Okay. So that's.
Add
regret
to
nothing.
15. What is that?
I regret nothing.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, it's what you gotta do.
Great.
Did it work?
And then 15 for those of you who succeeded. You take 29 points of force damage as your body is like kind of like ripped in different places and like snapped back together and all this different type of stuff as you are kind of like cheating magic by doing this.
I mean-
it's not how this is supposed to work.
I mean, Leshka is a sorcerer. He
Eating
cheats all the
magic.
time.
More like
Eh,
eating
kind of. He
magic.
cheats within the rules, you know?
Got him.
That might be the best thing I've ever said about sorcerers. They cheat within the rules. That's my-
My back.
I dislike when Edward moans.
We all do.
Ah!
Stop.
It's like the turtle. The turtle is stick.
Are we there? Or do we? Are we?
Okay,
Are we?
okay.
Do we live?
And my neck.
I
we
was
dead?
enjoying my turtle moans, Lydia.
I wasn't.
Ew, can we move on? How's Benson doing?
We're not
Oh yeah,
talking
Benson
about
takes
Benson.
29 points of damage and dies. No, I'm just kidding.
Uh,
You guys all find yourselves broken, mangled, covered in lacerations.
Catherine,
But once again on the material plane.
I'm so
Not
full of
actually
health.
in Gambit's Keep, but kind of scattered around Gambit's Keep.
Nice.
so not with each other.
I mean, you're all at Gambit's Keep, but it's like Renaya's over there. You're on the other side. Leshka's right here.
Cather's like
you know,
under
y'all
is
all
like
with-
under a table somewhere.
Cather lands on a dragon flower and just
Yes.
blows up.
Just yeah, everybody lands and then they just go.
We keep
Yeah, they all bounce. You guys all find yourselves at Gambit's Keep on the material plane. Well, yeah,
Yes.
for the sake of convenience, I won't make Cather be at his island, which is the last place he was on the material plane. But that's okay.
That
Yeah,
would
I mean, yeah,
suck.
it's a mixture of
That was so
teleportation plus the banishment, so you know you can
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of control it a little more, right?
You see,
know?
the last place he was the island, but he made sure to rest at Gambit's Keep beforehand. So that's where.
Yeah,
it's
that-
from.
that's
He
where
slept
his
in the
spawn
bed.
point
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yeah. So
With all that,
you
having
better
gone
not
to
cut us off. We
Sigil,
have 15 minutes left.
oh, I'm gonna do it.
What?
Hey,
We
hey,
just
hey,
got
gang,
Cather. We're
gang,
not even
gang.
allowed to talk.
We can talk to Cat
Cather?
for 15 minutes.
Cather doesn't know what happened to him.
That doesn't matter.
Plus, I'm tired.
I'm just saying.
All right, Drew.
Question. Does Leshka have anything to talk about?
I mean, Leshka, like as the night goes on and like everybody goes to bed, Leshka would want to talk to Abinthy, but that doesn't have to happen tonight.
Okay.
But that does have to happen
Leshka
soon.
and
Also,
Abinthy want to talk. We can do that.
Leshka needs to give me my thing. I
Okay.
knew you'd forget
Alright.
about
Okay,
it.
last
As
Leshka
long
roleplay
as you
before
guys don't
Leshka
talk to
dies.
Cather, who doesn't know what's happened to him, then yes.
I mean,
we
we
keep
can
going for the last
wait.
10.
We don't have to.
I mean,
No, it's okay. I mean,
we
it's
can
10,
talk.
15 minutes.
We could talk. We could talk
You
to him
guys
about.
arrive at Gambit's Keep. Leshka, you immediately go up to Triplewitz and you're like, yo, we gotta talk.
Leshka is going to die next episode, so might as well get the Leshka
Yeah,
RP
we've got to
in.
get Leshka out of here as quick as possible. All right.
Well, not quite that cynical, but.
Do you want to start with Renaya or do you want to start with Abinthy?
Welcome in, Looney Tooney.
Well,
It's up to you.
I figure we would all, reconvene.
Yeah, we all reconvene in the garden.
Hugs are had
Of course, all the pleasantries.
as
Cather, you are exhausted. You haven't slept in days.
oh yeah, I'm like literally like Cather like he limps his way like over to the keep, and I assume they all like convene inside, and
Yeah. You guys all in like the main meeting area.
he walks over to Edward and says, "Oh, Edward, it's a pleasure." As he tirely like gives him a hug and a pat on the back.
It's good to see you, big guy.
It's a pleasure to see you as well.
It's been a long time.
It has-
You look the same.
I actually don't.
You don't. You look very different. I actually don't know.
Actually, should I reveal the Cather like little logo thing? I don't know
He's
if I have.
missing
Do
both
I
of
have
his
that
arms.
ready? I don't think I have that ready.
Yeah.
There's
if you-
something
you have
different.
to- oh.
Here, give me 2 seconds. I will describe it verbally as I look for this thing. So you do notice, first of all, Cather's hair is shorter now, and
Oh.
actually, it is still a decent length. It's a little shorter than my hair, and like kind of pulled back. It's all pulled back into like a ponytail right now. You can see his armor is actually different than the plate mail that he had before. It's actually more of a chain vest with kind of this purple and blue tunic over it, and pieces of plate mail here and there, like very very dirty, very like there's a couple chips here and there, a few dents. Very much, you could very much easily tell he's been through quite a journey while he's been on his own. That's the overlay that I want.
And a symbol you mentioned.
Oh yes, and on his on his chest, on part of his chest piece, kind of on his right pauldron, you actually see a symbol that is the Ebenthar family crest. It's this kind of very elegant E with that kind of half, and as a background, like it's kind of split into two colors of green and blue, purple, like a purpley blue, and you actually see like a moon and a moon lily, kind of in opposite corners of the crest, along with his long sword on his hip and his great sword on his back, and several other little baubles and stuff like that.
Well, Edward will take your, like, do the shake, do the shake.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he'll, not the dance, he'll, like, give you a handshake. And Edward will say, we've got a lot of catching up to do. It's good to see you again. And he smiles big and, bro hugs, I guess.
Yeah, manly though.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
two solid resonating claps on the back.
Sure.
Abinthy will approach Catherine and say, I'm sure that you are very tired and have been through a lot. Don't worry, I have maintained your room. It should be clean, well kept, and the sheets are washed. So if you need to rest, do not be afraid to do so. It was a pleasure to meet you. I'm Abinthy Tripowitz. I'm sure that we can catch up at a later time, perhaps next week on Monday, 7 p.m. CST.
Oh my gosh.
Shameless plug in game.
Yeah, of this stream that we're currently doing.
That's pretty fourth Wally.
Well, I mean, Renaya bear hugs, obviously.
Obviously.
Turns out Benson died while we were in the
Okay, here's the deal.
funnel,
If
so
Benson
now
can
she
die, I need to just
curses-
kill Benson.
Yeah, that's very fair. We should just, like, if that's a thing.
Her and Kath are bound together because Benson has been annihilated. It's a joke. It's a callback. You're allowed to smile and laugh,
No.
everybody. Thank you.
Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. Yes. Cather gives a huge hug back and kind of just quietly says, "It is very, very good to see you again, Renaya. It has been far too long."
Too long.
As he kind of lets go, he like sits down at like the common table and just kind of, that was quite an adventure. Don't ever go anywhere without having any capable travel of planar ability.
I'm trying not
Learned
to.
that the
It was
hard
kind of,
way.
like, not the
I
best.
I can cast magic, but I can't cast that magic at all. Don't ever do it. It's not
Preach.
good.
Keep it in mind.
You think I would? Yeah, you think we all would have learned this lesson like 4 years ago with like the witch and the hag?
Yes.
I don't like to remember.
Look at Leshka.
That's fair. That's very fair. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm very, very tired. I just spent like a week in Sigil running for my life. He turns to Leshka. Leshka, it's great to see you again.
How
Hopefully,
could you?
this hasn't caused you too much trouble. I know you are a very busy man yourself. Oh, well, it's not a trouble at all, Catherine. I mean, I grew a little concerned when I visited your island, actually, to kind of follow up on something that we were looking into. And it seems that, but you weren't there, so I was a little worried. And then I met like
Leshka.
everyone else here by accident.
Leshka.
And it's been this kind of crazy journey. Actually.
This is
my
Drew's
God.
world,
This
and
has
we're
been-
just living in it. That's what I
Oh,
No,
yes.
it's
sorry,
JoJo
sorry,
Siwa's
sorry,
world.
yes.
We'll catch him up on it all later.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's right. Right. Anyway, yeah. It's good to see you again, Catherine. Right. I'm gonna go now.
We will see you on the morrow.
Right. Abbott,
I'll make some tea
It's
in
a
the
pleasure to
morning.
meet you again, Abbott. Thank you for your help in this. I'm sure that I will learn about soon. Anyway, as he kind of just it's like just he like
Just
he like
collapses on the
it's very
floor.
it's like it's obvious that he has a limp, but he's very much trying to hide it.
He just
You're
dies.
the proud father in Mulan who's off to go receive his battle command. Yeah.
And as he opens the door, you see him like, I really need to decorate this, don't I?
Yeah, it's just blank gray walls.
It's literally just
Cather's the
stone
only
walls
one who didn't tell Tripwits what they wanted.
And he kind of just pokes his head out. Abinthy, do you have like some spare bed sheets by chance?
Oh no, I keep the bed sheets on. You didn't tell me to put anything on the walls, so
okay.
they're just normal walls.
Okay, great.
And
Thank you.
There's no traps in yours. Everyone else has traps.
Oh, okay.
You have your
has
own
his
traps.
own
Let me
traps.
tell you.
I mean, really, I do. Have you seen them?
So I didn't figure it was
Oh
needed
no,
to add.
he's grown in ego.
And
Just had to say
massive
that,
traps.
All right. Yes. Well, thank you again. I will see you all in the morning. As he just
Tomorrow.
like he doesn't even like you see him like kind of like shut the door, but like it doesn't actually shut as it kind of like swings back open as he just like instantly just falls onto the bed and is just out.
Nice.
Edward prances into his room and says, "Cuddles." I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's late.
That's funny.
I am also going to begin my walk towards the groundskeeper hovel.
Yes.
Huh?
The hovel.
It's a hovel.
What? Havel?
Hovel.
What is it? I've never heard that.
A hovel? Yeah.
What are we saying?
As Abinthy leaves, Leshka will turn to Renaya and Edward. Well, it seems that that went rather well for the most part, I'd say.
We survived, and that's what counts. Plus, Cather's back, which means maybe we can make sense of the entire interplanar problem with the
what's
Fae.
all has happened. Yes.
This is only the beginning, and hopefully it's, in fact, the end. Maybe this isn't a big deal. I'm gonna get some shut-eye. I sure hope things are fine back home. Thank you for everything, Leshka and Renaya. You did quite well. I'm glad you got that curse figured out for the meantime. I'll see you all in the morning. And he leaves.
Good night, Edward.
Quite the journey. Leshka will kind of go over to Renaya and like open his arms, like kind of like for a hug.
She lets out a big sigh and then gives Leshka a hug.
Yes. He just get just
Pat.
just pat pat. Well, I suppose I should also be getting some rest here. It's probably going to be a long day for me tomorrow. Lots of traveling and trying to get the library back in order. This has been a lot of fun, Renaya. Oddly enough, my adventures on my own aren't nearly as entertaining. It's nice to have a group.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our stuff's just not fun. Not fun stuff.
Well, I mean, what you do isn't maybe as fun, but it's better to do it with friends you can count on. Friends who have your back and bring out the best in you, right?
You made it more fun than it normally is not, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm glad. Well, good night, Renaya.
The letter.
Oh, yes. Thank you, God.
I'm like sitting here. I'm like, wait, I don't even know what it is, but I know that you have something to give, and I'm like, here it comes, and there it goes.
I think that I heard the voice of Grotz in my head.
Yeah, you heard Grotz like shun you from the abyss. Like, you better keep that letter, or I will come out of my hole and kill you.
You turn around and Gross's hand appears out of
No,
the teeth.
hold on. No, wrong. You're all
That's a
wrong.
soundbite. That's a soundbite.
I
God,
didn't
that's
mess
so
up.
good.
I put it on her bed last episode.
Oh,
Did you?
Wrong,
did.
Wrong,
yeah, no, he
wrong.
slid it under the door.
He slid it under
Now,
the door.
Lydia wouldn't know that because you weren't here, but you are right. He did. You already have the letter
Why wasn't I informed of this at the beginning?
because none of us
Because we're
remember.
idiots. This is what happens when Lydia's not on stream.
So, Lydia,
Yeah,
You
Leshka
remember
goes to
reading
his
a
Leshka goes
letter
to his
from
bag.
the
He's
night
like, "Oh
before.
wait, I already gave it to you."
What? What? Okay. Good night.
Pockets took it.
He mentions the letter, which immediately makes you blush as you think of all the beautifully worded
Smut.
What?
What the heck?
It's a
I'm
ruin-
sorry,
Can we
I
not
can't
have
resist.
Can we not have one tender moment this stream?
No.
Can I have something, please?
DJ paused for a breath, and it was too much to resist.
All right. No, we're not doing this. We're doing this next episode.
Wait.
No.
Do you have the
No,
letter
skip
written
Renaya.
down? I
Gosh,
want to
that's
know what's
funny.
on it. I want to
No.
know
No,
what's
it's
on
a
the
very-
letter.
DJ doesn't even know what's on it. We're skipping
I
it.
do know what's on it. I don't know the details. I'm not gonna go through and write out the 3-page love
Bruh,
letter
you
that
didn't
this is.
remember.
I
I
you
had
know,
to remind
suddenly
you.
suddenly it's left my brain. But this 3-page love letter. So anyway,
Anyway, after Renai goes to bed, Leshka leaves the keep.
yeah,
And
could leave the keep.
and makes his way down to the
Groundskeeper hovel.
groundskeeper hovel. Thank you. The hut.
Well, let me tell you.
Hobble? Is it Hobble?
Hovel. Hovel.
Hovel?
I will legit drop kick you on stream like a
It's a
football.
It's shovel without an S.
Anyway, but he'll approach the door and give it a light knock.
Apathy opens the door. He's wearing his nightgown and the little floppy hat. And he says, "I was afraid you would come. Sit. We have much to speak of." The door closes, and that's where we can end the episode.
Except that's not where we're gonna end the episode. We're gonna end the episode on my turn. My turn. Not with you guys though. The camera pans back out of the hovel and zooms back in on Cather in his room. Cather, you are fading in and out of sleep.
Oh yeah, no, he's absolutely passed out.
You're on the verge.
Yeah.
When out of the corner of your eye, you see a faint glow. As
He like groggily kind of like
Yggdrasil.
looks and sits up.
as Yggdrasil appears in your room. She takes her hat off, sets it on the singular nightstand that you
Yeah,
have.
the one
She
desk.
takes her belt that carries her 2 swords, lays that on, and as you kind of like barely come back to consciousness, she comes over and she just whispers in your ear, "I have missed you, my love," before she crawls into bed with you. And we are going to end tonight's episode with that,
Whoa,
because we
hold
end
on.
episodes on my terms, you fools.
Whoa.
That was
They're,
great.
like,
That was a good episode,
together.
guys. Good job.
Edward, you're gonna have to step up your dating profile.
I know, dude.
You got like what?
Dude,
Like
everybody's
Tiala,
dating, like-
Sam,
Well, no, Tiala, that was a fling.
Melancina.
I guess.
Melancina. To be
she
fair,
hit on me.
Melancina is
She hit
around
on
the
me.
highest quality you've gotten in terms of power.
Yeah, I mean,
we've
it's
got
definitely
a
not
god,
a demon, or
a devil.
god.
You need to date a fae, and then we've got the
Oh.
whole
I
deal.
call
You got the
the
trifecta.
Fire Fae.
Yeah, Zestari.
You want to date
Yeah.
this story, the one who murdered your cousin.
that is
ruined
pretty
your
hot.
life.
Look, Edward
Enemies to
has a dark
lovers.
side.
Enemies to lovers, the best trope.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
Real
We're happy
quick.
to have Cather back.
Real
Oh,
quick,
no,
is
no,
there
Drew, don't do
no,
this.
not in game? No.
Thank
Okay.
God.
So now that we have the 4 main cast members here, there is a lovely piece of art that Lydia made with all of our characters kind of lined up in a row,
What?
looking all cool and awesome. I seek permission to show it off on
Got
stream.
mine.
On stream?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy crud.
Do it.
Okay, go,
Go
for
for
it.
Okay.
do this stuff.
Great.
Don't dox us.
Yeah, shout out to Lydia for all of our overlays and art and everything.
I'm looking at it on my phone.
I'm
I
also
know, I'm
there.
looking at the stream.
Oh, I feel so bad for podcasts. Maybe we could get this in the Discord or something later.
Hey, podcast. Gosh dang, this is exactly why you should show up on stream. Watch us on YouTube.
or
Because you miss out on stuff
the
like
Discord.
this. While Drew's finding that, I'm gonna do a couple of
Stall.
plugs to gosh dang stall for time.
That's lovely.
check out on
That's
DM's
great.
Guild the missed manuscripts, a little thing that me and a bunch of people that I know worked on. From now until October 31st, Halloween, all proceeds from It's Pay What You Want will go to, oh geez, I lost it. Hey, there it
It's
is.
there.
That's the
Oh,
image.
there it is.
It looks great.
It's so good.
Look
Once
at
again,
freaking
fantastic
Renaya.
work by
So-
Lydia.
So
Freaking
that's our
queen.
characters. That's our characters.
Pretty baller.
But yeah, all proceeds will go to Jasper's Game Day. So check that out. I worked I worked real hard on it, and everyone else did, and it's a really good book, and you should check it out. It's super cool. Good cause and everything, and it's great. So
Yes.
that's my plug.
Beautiful. With all that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. Please come back next week to watch the next episode as we get to hear all about Catherine's adventures. We get to say goodbye to Leshko. Who knows what the plan is? I don't know.
You just gonna hang around.
Yeah,
Be back here.
we're just.
on
I just gonna play two
Wednesday
people from now on.
From forever. Be back here Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for the grand premiere of season 3 of Between the Rows. It is a good one. You guys don't want to miss this. I swear it is worth your time and your attention. Please show up. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. Aaron deserves the praise because he crushed it this year, along with Lydia on the overlay, Grant and Drew on the music. I just played a character. I think he's kind of a dick, but
No,
he's,
but
a fun
he's
guy.
great. All right.
We love it.
You did a great
Nonetheless.
job.
So be here Wednesday night for the season premiere of Between the Rows. Be here
Sins of the Father.
Thursday for Table Scraps, as we will probably be talking about this episode along with probably the first episode of Between the Rows. So you get a little double action on that. And then come back next
lore.
week as we do it all again. It's gonna be great.
New lore Thursday.
Yes, 100%.
All right, say the
all
thing.
that-
Say the thing.
I will. Good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We love you. Thank you so much, Drew.
He said
Send
the
us that
thing.
We'll see you next
job,
week,
everybody.
everybody.